Okay, we're going to start now, since the majority of the board's here.
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 Here. Here. Here. Here.
Yes.
Here. Here.
Okay, thank you all for being here. We're going to start with a special recognition, resolutions. The first one is Resolution 2850, and we have Adria Scheider to speak to us.
All right. Yes, my name is Adria Schneider. I serve as chair of the Community Advisory Committee, the parent-led advisory body that represents students with special needs. Tonight I want to speak about diversity and equity, but most passionately about inclusion. Next week marks the 50th anniversary of the federal law that transformed public education, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. This landmark legislation guaranteed, for the first time, that children with disabilities had a right to a public education. Before its passage, only 1 in 5 disabled children received schooling at all. In 1975, within many of our lifetimes, it was still common for children with disabilities to be institutionalized, or for states to deny them access to school because their needs were deemed too difficult to accommodate. And I know President Hawley is intimately familiar with the history of institutionalization and the trailblazers who disrupted the status quo. We've come a long way from those days of exclusion. Today, students with special needs rights, their rightful presence in general education classrooms is protected, and schools have made increasing efforts to support learning in the least restrictive environment. But beyond what is legally mandated, our committee's deepest hope is that every child in PUSD feels a sense of belonging. To truly fulfill the promise of IDEA, inclusion must be more than placing disabled students in the same room as their peers. It must honor each student's inherent value. I know this conversation is happening during a time of tremendous uncertainty. People are anxious, worried about the hollowing out of the Department of Education, impacts to protections within IDEA, but most urgently about budget cuts within our own district. Everyone here tonight is worried about what comes next. But when the dust settles, our children will remain, still needing the same support that generations of Pasadenaans before them have needed. No matter the budget, changing hearts and minds doesn't cost a thing. So tonight, we invite all members of the PUSD community to join us in celebrating the diversity within our schools and in reflecting on how we can deepen our support for students who have historically been marginalized due to disability, as well as gender, cultural heritage, or socioeconomic status. To honor how far we've come, to acknowledge the work ahead, and to remind our children that they belong in every classroom in this district, we respectfully request that the board formally adopt Inclusive Schools Week as an annual PUSD tradition, which will be held this year, December 8th through 12th. And next year, I want our committee to return to this room and say that no child in our district is being excluded from shared school playgrounds, that students with special needs are increasingly learning in core subject classes and participating in after-school programs alongside their peers. Because inclusion is not an idea, it's an act of love and a legacy we must endeavor to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion and a second, and if any comments?
Also move.
Second.
Second. Any comments on this? Mr. Harden?
I would like to thank you for your beautiful words, and I also want to thank you for the work that you both have done to create an environment of belonging in the CAC, and it starts there, and hopefully our district truly does become a place where every child feels that they truly belong. So thank you for bringing this to us, and proud to support it.
Anybody else? Thank you so much. When I do thank the CAC, and I was just at LACO for a 50th anniversary for IDEA. It was a wonderful day, and I learned some things about inclusivity in the country and that we're not where we want to be, and that California is lower than the national average, and LA County is lower than the state average. So we have work to do. So thank you so much for being here. And do we want to have a consensus on this? A vote? Okay. Student board member.
Yes.
All in favor? Okay. That's unanimous. Okay, our next item is Pasadena Unified, a story of partnership and resilience presented by the Western Justice Center.
Okay, great. Do we need to press it the whole time? Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Shachar Cohen-Hodis. I am the Restorative Schools Manager for PUSD at the Western Justice Center. And I just want to share how grateful I am that in this really challenging moment for the district, you've invited us to share a little bit about the work we're doing. I want to start with gratitude for my colleagues, Stephanie and Anthony, who are here, who have worked with me at the Western Justice Center. I want to share my deep, deep appreciation for Dell Johnson, who is here, the Restorative Practices Liaison at the district, who has been a vital on-the-ground partner with me, and Dr. Reynoso, who has been a champion of our work in the district. And this work, of course, could not happen without the staff and administrators on the ground who have welcomed us into their classrooms and hallways and meetings and so many different places. We have a 5-year MOU. We're 2.5 years in to really build conflict-resilient communities alongside you all. And I could stand here and tell you about all of the awesome community building and conflict resolution work, but we figured it would be way more exciting to hear from the students and a staff member who really have taken this work and run with it on the ground. So I'm gonna turn it over first to Eddie, who is one of our peer mediators at McKinley.
Hi, I'm Eddie, an 8th grader at McKinley, and today I want to talk about peer mediation and how it is so helpful to my fellow students. When I first heard of the whole peer mediation thing, I thought it could actually help a lot of people. The training taught me to better understand what to look for in a mediation. I learned patience, that you need to make sure you really understand each side of the story. I learned how to help students find their own way to make things better. It's important to have peer mediators at school because the students feel more comfortable talking about stuff with people our age. When something happens, kids are scared that they might get in trouble. And when adults handle conflict, sometimes kids don't get to share their side of the story. In peer mediation, we try to find a calm for everybody. A month ago, I did my first peer mediation with 2nd graders. The conflict was based on a misunderstanding, but after they talked it out in mediation, they felt more comfortable talking to each other. They felt like they could have the tools needed to better understand each other. When I saw one of those students in the hallway a couple of weeks ago, I asked how he and the other person were doing. He said, "Great. We talk like we used to, and it really just helped us resolve what was happening. I felt satisfied and confident because I helped somebody out with their problem. Even if it was just a little bit, it felt like a mile."
Good evening. My name is Linda Ortega, and I am the MTSS coach at McKinley. What you've just witnessed is a reflection of the past 3 years of work with the Western Justice Center. Watching Eddie and his transformation from the 6th to 8th grade has been quite rewarding. This is what it's like to develop the whole child. I am not the same teacher. The strategies and techniques I've learned over working with the Western Justice Center has transformed the way I approach my work and what I prioritize with my students. I've learned that a child will believe and trust in you if you're willing to put in the time to develop that trust. I now have a better understanding of how to work through conflict, not to blame or jump to conclusions, but to understand. Listen more, speak less, and not judge. The culture change work in our schools is a big task, but I've seen a shift in moving from punitive to restorative discipline. There's more asking of why, more reflection, and more understanding amongst students and teachers. This has led to building a stronger school and classroom community. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hello, my name is Anais Henry. I'm a 10th grader at Blair High School, and I'm also a member of the Student Think Tank. Through WJC's peer mediation training, I've improved my relationships with knowledge I've gained from these awesome people. I've learned how to de-escalate conflicts and make sure people know and feel like they're being heard and listened to. These are especially valuable skills when working with big groups like the Student Think Tank. They've helped me with school projects. They've even helped me with arguing with my little brother. I actually like to give a personal example of that. When I'd have conflicts with my brother, whenever I got annoyed at something he would do or say, I'd say something kind of annoying back. Like I'd say something like, "What's wrong with you?" or "Why are you acting like that?" or "What's your problem?" And after participating in leadership trainings and learning how to manage conflict, I've learned that when I'm being annoyed, the most ineffective thing I can do is respond with "What's wrong with you?" or "What's your problem?" And I learned that if I really want to improve my relationship with my brother and figure out why we're having a conflict and how to fix it, it's better to respond with something like, "Are you okay? Do you have a problem? Is there something you'd like to talk about?" And the improvements have been pretty crazy, honestly. As the Western Justice Center continues training, more students will get to learn how to regulate their emotions and manage conflicts, which would overall promote positive environments in schools. As more students learn how to productively resolve conflict instead of resorting to aggression, like many of us, including myself, have done. So please consider our words. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Azucena, and I am a senior at Pasadena High School, as well as a member of the Student Think Tank. I was trained to lead circles through the Western Justice Center. Having a structure to express my feelings through circles and leading circles has really helped me grow. I've learned how to handle my emotions and channel them into productive conversations. Not only did I have the opportunity to teach my peers in the Student Think Tank how to facilitate circles, but we also use them as a tool to understand and support each other after the Eaton fire. But we have also, thanks to the Western Justice Center, I got the chance to help others with something I struggle with, and to help them use their voices. I think circles are a good way to get people talking, especially high schoolers. I feel like it helped me understand other people's perspectives, and teaching others was a great experience for me. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elisa Barrett. I'm the Executive Director of the Western Justice Center. We're so grateful to be able to do this work with you all. This partnership started because PUSD made a commitment to strengthen school culture and to give young people the tools to lead with care and empathy using conflict resolution education and the tools of mediation. Our MOU reflects that vision. Since day one, we set out on a 5-year journey together to build trust and belonging on your campuses. What you heard this evening is about peace, the practice of peace in action. Eddie helping elementary school students talk through misunderstandings, Anais using her mediation skills to strengthen the think tank, Azucena leading circles that helped her school community process the impact of the fire. These stories really illustrate what our partnership is all about. Students and staff stepping into leadership in moments of crisis. In the first 2.5 years with the district, nearly 500 staff and nearly 300 students have been trained in restorative practices, community circles, and mediation. In schools across the district, those restorative conversations are lowering the rate of conflicts, reducing suspensions, improving communication, and building a stronger sense of trust and belonging between students and staff, and even between staff and administrators. We know that conflict is inevitable, but harm is not. And when campuses are facing grief or loss, these restorative tools can help students remain connected and build community. What we're seeing now mirrors our experience and years of partnership with other districts. In Azusa, where we're in our 6th year, the impact that we're having there is clear. We just completed a 2-year study by the Educational Leadership Department at Cal Poly Pomona. And what we found is with a sustained commitment to this work, they have seen their chronic absenteeism rate fall from 30% to 6%. Their suspensions have dropped by almost 60%, and academic performance moving up into the A through C grade range across the district is up by nearly 10%. So when we stay the course, we see results. We hope to stay the course with you all as well. We are honored to walk this path with you. Our closeness to this community allows us to stay responsive to your needs and to create space where students can thrive. In fact, this April, I'm very excited to share that we will be hosting the first Pasadena Unified Youth Conference at our campus in the Maxwell House for this student think tank and the student assembly. Our hope is simple. We want to strengthen the work that we've all started to support every student, every educator, every administrator, and the incredible people in this district. Thank you for trusting us to partner with you. We are here with you and for you, and we look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Do we have any comments? Anything to add to
Or
this?
questions?
Superintendent?
Thank you for coming here, and I really enjoyed going to the training with our students, and many of them were meeting each other for the first time, and we were practicing scenarios on how they would manage the conflict, and so it was really enjoyable being with them and having that experience with them.
Yes, thank you so much for the work that you're doing with us, and the students were fabulous. Thank you so much for telling us your story. It's really important that we hear that. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Okay, now we're going to move to public comment on closed session agenda items. Do we have any? We have none. Therefore, we will be recessing to closed session. Thank you very much. We have returned. And I'm going to read out the closed session actions taken. Concerning item D1, case number 936289, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D2, case number 948117, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D3, case number 957465, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D4, case number 202-507-0746, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of a special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D5, case number 20250800794, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D6, case number 202-509-0452, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D7, case number 202-5100341, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D8, case number 202-5100550, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. The announcement of closed session actions is complete, and the closed session stands adjourned. Adjournment of closed session, call to order. Roll call, please.
Here.
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 Presente.
Here.
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 And I would like to ask Board Member Patrice Marshall McKenzie to say the pledge, please.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance. Someday.
Okay, we are going to begin the public comment now, and I'd like to say a few things. We are going to limit this to 2 minutes each because we have such incredible participation tonight. At 7:15, any new public comment that's coming in, we are going to move it to the end of the meeting. The 2 minutes each is very important. 8:15. No, 7:15. Okay. 2 minutes. 2 minutes is very important so that everybody has the equal amount of time to speak. So when you hear the little buzzer, wrap up your last sentence, and we will move to the next person. Thank you so much.
The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comment via email. These comments will be made part of the permanent record of this meeting. I'm going to call 3 people at the same time. At a time. Octavio Castelo, Ramiro Ramirez, Alma Reyes.
I'm actually speaking on an agendized item. Would you like my comment for non-agendized items?
I apologize. It does say during the initial public comment period, but
Okay, I can read it now, ma'am. Okay. President Hall Lee, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blanco, and members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I come before you with deep respect for the work you do. The deep concern for the financial direction of the district is your responsibility, and thank you for guiding the process. Over the past 30 years, Pasadena Unified has faced a mounting fiscal calamity, one that you can no longer ignore or postpone. Despite your best efforts and intentions, the district has not been able to live within its means. The numbers make this impossible to deny. Your beginning unrestricted fund balance, which stood at $106.7 million in the adopted 25-26 budget, bolstered by an increase of over $10.5 million from unaudited actuals, is projected to fall to negative $42.6 million by 27-28. That's negative. This is $149.4 million in deficit spending across just 3 years. This is not a temporary shortfall, it's a structural crisis. In 25-26 alone, you are projecting to spend $67.2 million more than you will take in. The following year, another $51 million in deficit spending, and in 27-28, an additional $31 million in the red. These are not small variances. They are structural imbalances that threaten your credibility, your stability, and ultimately your ability to protect the very programs you value most. This is why the Fiscal Stabilization Plan is not simply a document, it's an urgent necessity. And not only must you adopt it in full, but you must also implement it with discipline, monitor it carefully, and adjust it thoughtfully as the need arises.
Thank you. Can, as I call you, please line up so that we can move through the cards efficiently. Ramiro Ramirez.
Good evening. My name is Ramiro Ramirez. I'm a senior accountant and part of the business department. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the supervisor of accounting and payroll, who also oversees our district's benefits operations. A written statement has already been submitted, which was created and supported by staff across payroll, accounts payable, budget, and procurement. These are the people who firsthand see the consequences of removing this position and do not want the district to be misled by the impact statement on the layoff document listed for the position. The results would be far more disastrous. As employees whose primary responsibility is safeguarding the financial health of this district and ensuring every PUSD family can rely on an accurate paycheck, we felt it was our duty to speak up. This is not about defending a title, it is about protecting the stability of thousands of employees who rely on a district paycheck to feed their families and the continuity of critical district operations. This position is responsible for ensuring that every single employee is paid correctly and on time, that no one is underpaid or left without support, that the district's multi-million-dollar monthly tax obligations are reported accurately to avoid penalties, and that every vendor from utilities to essential services is paid so that classrooms, campuses, and programs continue without interruption. This is also the individual that the entire district turns to when answers are needed, when complex problems arise, and when immediate solutions are required. Thank you.
My name is Alma Reyes. I'm a senior accountant for PUSD. I handle the classified monthly payroll of our district. The accounting and payroll supervisor is the individual. The accounting and payroll supervisor is also the individual the entire district turns to when answers are needed, when complex problems arise, and when immediate solutions are required. Our whole concern is not simply that one role might be eliminated. Our concern is the significant and predictable damage that will occur if this position is removed. The loss of this role would expose the district to payroll errors, tax liabilities, vendor payment delays, operational disruption, and a loss of institutional knowledge that cannot be replaced. For the sake of our employees, our students, and the stability of PUSD, we respectfully ask that the board review the decision carefully and consider the real operational risk involved. The district cannot afford the consequences that would result from eliminating a position that covers an extensive range of responsibilities. Thank you.
Adela Franco, Warren Bleeker, Jeffrey Fletcher. Mr. Bleeker, you can go in.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Warren Bleeker. I'm a parent at Marshall. I was a parent on the SVAC. I have a daughter in the graphic design, in the dance track at Marshall's Academy for Creative Industries, and my son is in the graphic design track. The proposed cuts to Marshall's ACI Academy for Creative Industries will cost more than they will save. ACI is the only academy at Marshall. It's the only high school dance academy in the district. If cut, we will lose more PUSD students to CS Arts. CTE is an A through G and a graduation requirement and is supposedly one of the pillars of PUSD's curriculum. If the proposed cuts are adopted, it would leave Marshall with one CTE certified teacher. It's not possible for one teacher to provide instruction to every high school student. PUSD would have to hire an additional CTE teacher, so there would be no savings. Dance instruction also meets the PE requirement, so by cutting a dance position would require the district to return grant funds, and it would leave Marshall with the need for an additional PE teacher, not funded by a grant. This will cost the district more money than keeping the status quo. As for the athletics cuts, the district revised the cuts so now that 57% of Marshall's budget would be cut. Although it's presented to the board as the SBAC results, the SBAC was never presented with these specific numbers. We never got those, we never voted on those. They were changed after we voted. The numbers we were given were that Marshall had the second most student athletes in the district at 514. We were told Muir had 500, PHS has 550. Yet under these revised cuts, Marshall's funding would be cut by 57%, which is substantially more than any other school. And Marshall student athletes would receive the least amount of resources per student athlete. The board's concerned whether each sport is still offered at one school misses a point. The 50% and above cuts will substantially reduce opportunities for many PUSD students. Thank you.
Adela Franco, Jeffrey Fletcher, and please Darcy Maganuma also stand in the line.
Good evening. My name is Adela Franco, and I am your district payroll and accounting supervisor. I began my career here at PUSD back in 2017. My first week here, I got a visit by the IRS who was here to put a lien against the building. Apparently, PUSD owed a little bit over $1 million for back taxes back from 2012, 2013, all the way to 2015. Since my employment of July of 2017, we have had 0 tax penalties. Each year, I oversee about 45,000 paychecks, retros, summer savers, teacher checks. Every single disbursement, whether it's a $5 check, whether it's a $10 million check, comes through my desk. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. In addition, I oversee all the benefit payments, all the federal and state mandated reporting, W-2s, 941s, DE-9s, local unemployment charges, 1099s, to sales tax filing. These are duties that only apply to my job description. If you look at the other job descriptions within the business services, I've kind of looked at them very narrowly, line by line, to see if there's any other job description that talks about can they do any kind of this reporting. It is not. I am the district liaison for the state teachers retirement system and the public employee system. I oversee all employee deductions as well as compliance with federal TSA contributions. I handle all implementations of board-approved salary increases as well as furloughs. I have over 20 years of school district experience. As you may know, we are going to a new payroll system with the Los Angeles County Office of Education in about a year from now. This is not the time to cut a position like this. This is not the time to potentially impact more staff. Thank you for your time.
Nadir Anayo, please incorporate yourself to the light.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Jeffrey Fletcher. I'm here with Miss Darcy Naganuma and Miss Devette Johnson. We are the CTE teachers fighting for ACI, the Academy of Creative Industries at Thurgood Marshall. We're fighting for our students because CTE isn't just a graduation requirement. For many, it's a pathway to a real career. We bring years of experience as educators and decades of industry experience to the classroom from the industry. We've worked in film, television, animation, dance, design, and media with high-profile companies like the NFL, Fox Sports, Paramount, HBO, NBC, CBS, PBS, MTV, Google, the Discovery Channel, and more. And we still have connections at those places and at Netflix and Disney and DreamWorks. And we have an Emmy, and Miss Johnson brings decades of industry expertise in graphic design. Miss Naganuma has led major international productions, built professional partnerships, and created paid opportunities for her students. This is expertise you cannot replace, and it is directly invested in our students. We're building something truly special at Thurgood Marshall's ACI program, and breaking up this team would deprive our students of life-changing opportunities. And if you're wondering why we teach in public education, even though we have all this experience and all these things, it's because we believe in public education. We're products of it. We love our craft. We want to pass it on to the next generation. And this is the program we wanted when we were in high school. And we understand what is necessary to guide our students towards a career in the creative industries. We have the expertise, we have the resources, we have the passion, and we serve as models of professionalism for our students. Please protect the ACI program, and our students deserve this pathway. Thank you.
Darcy Naganuma.
Good evening. I'm Darcy Naganuma, and I direct the ACI dance track at Marshall. My husband, Jeffrey Fletcher, who just spoke, one of Marshall's 3 CTE teachers, is an Emmy Award-winning animator. I bring a decade-long New York City dance career, experience running an internationally touring company, and years of teaching at university teaching to our students. Marshall is a California Exemplary Arts Education Award School, recognized by the state as a model program. I've created community partnerships with globally acclaimed dance companies and such universities as Cal State Long Beach and USC, home to one of the nation's top dance programs. Through my industry connections, my Marshall students even participated in a generously paid national JCPenney commercial. My former students have performed at the Grammys, on Broadway, and with companies like Alvin Ailey, the Stuttgart Ballet Company, and Palabolis. One of my former students recently graduated from Juilliard. We've seen our incredible Marshall students grow in confidence, creativity, and connection. Please help them to continue developing their artistic voice and leadership through the Marshall ACI program. Thank you.
Nadira Nayo, followed by Robin Wearley, Cassandra Nevares, Melissa Cervantes.
Good evening, Dr. Blanco and members of the board. My name is Nadira Nayo. I currently serve as the Director of CIPD EdTech. I'm a long-time resident of Pasadena and a product of its schools. Public comment is not a place that I like to find myself. However, after months of listening to conflated information about central office administrators, I can no longer stand by and not have it addressed. Information has been presented to this board and the public about there being 51 administrators at central office. This is often followed by the statement that the admin-teacher ratio is out of balance with the proposed fix of eliminating 28 to 30 central office administrators. If this solution were implemented, it would effectively decentralize PUSD, since there would be no administrators remaining at central office. Education Code Section 41402 clearly defines an administrative employee as someone in a certificated position who is not a pupil service employee or a teacher. So there are not 51 administrators at the central office. Based on CD's definition, I have identified 25 administrators, which is 12 less than the most recently reported 2013 numbers that are floating out there. In addition, 4 of the current 25 administrators are the superintendent, and members of the leadership team. The additional 26 classified management employees are not and cannot by law be used to calculate the admin-teacher ratio, which is the legally recognized ratio, not admin to student. As of today, I can neither confirm nor refute the statement that we are out of ratio, but I find it necessary to refute the disingenuous statement that conflates the information and misleads people to believe that there are more administrators at central office than exist. I show up every day to service the staff and the students at our schools, not the departments in this building. So if the work we do at central office is not valued enough, then by all means, decentralize the district. However, the work will shift because much of the work we do that supports teaching and learning does not go away, and the someones who will be left to do it will be at the school sites. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Worley, and I'm a special education teacher and parent at Octavia E. Butler Magnet. I'm here tonight to implore the board to please focus the cuts away from our school sites. At our school, we call our students Bears on the Rise. Our school, too, is on the rise. Increased enrollment, improved ELA scores, increased ELA redesignation, and signature programs that allow students to find their passion. None of these things are accidental or coincidental. These gains are the direct result of people and positions that you are considering eliminating today. Our school librarian, Mrs. Daly, whose lessons enrich our content, without whom we would not have our sci-fi festival or 8th grade portfolios. Mr. Trapp and Ms. Fontenot, who develop relationships with each and every student on our campus, and through those relationships, teach them how to resolve conflict and develop healthy and positive problem solving. Mr. Bracamonte, who aggregates our data in so many ways so that we can develop and execute targeted interventions. These few sentences truly minimize the impact these people have on our students. They are a large part of the reason we are Bears on the Rise. I asked the board members, and in particular, Board Member Bailey, who was elected to represent the students at Octavia Butler, to fight to keep these cuts away from our campus. Do not make our students, who have worked so hard and shown so much growth, the casualty of an avoidable budget situation. Thank you.
My name is Cassandra Navarez. I have been the band and orchestra director at Octavia Butler Magnet for 6 years. If our school had an MVP, it would be MTSS coach Jason Trapp. As many of you already know, Mr. Trapp leads our school tours and student ambassador program. He is not only proud to be an OEB Bear, but a parent as well, but empowers our students to also do the same. He doesn't just build up the stereotypical student leaders, but he creates opportunities for students who represent the beautiful diversity of our entire student body. Our students have made gains academically, socially, emotionally, and it's not surprising that our school's enrollment has steadily increased. This can be directly attributed to the climate and culture that Mr. Trapp has been instrumental in creating at our school. I had the privilege of co-leading our school's DC and New York trip with Mr. Trapp, and I spent a week witnessing how much he loves our students and is invested in their education, enough to spend his own spring break traveling across the country with 22 students, allowing them to learn and grow. After the fires, Jason was here at the district distribution center, serving our community within days of the fire, alongside Dr. Blanco and other members of the district office. So I encourage the board to keep in mind the irreplaceable Mr. Trapp, to keep in mind the 4 names here on my chest, and to not leave Octavia Butler as a shell of a school. Countless present and future students at our school are relying on you to advocate for their success. Thank you.
Natalie Daly, Nicole Isa, Alfredo Resendez, please.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Cervantes. I'm a dual language teacher who previously taught at Jackson, and now I'm at OEB in my 8th year at Pasadena Unified. I'm deeply concerned about the disconnect between the district's stated commitment to putting students first and the proposed budget cuts that directly impact student learning and well-being. Our school library serves as more than just a resource. It's a safe haven where students thrive. Students actively seek out Miss Daly, excited to discover their next book and engage with reading. Requiring librarians to split their time between 2 sites will inevitably diminish the quality of support and connection our students receive. This decision contradicts the principle of prioritizing student needs. Our science fiction festival, founded thanks to Ms. Daly, has become a major annual success, not just for our students, but for the entire community. Requiring our librarian to split time between 2 campuses will make it nearly impossible to keep this event alive. Yet today's district message, again, stated that students come first. I ask once more, how? I respectfully urge the board to reconsider these cuts and explore alternatives that genuinely protect student services. Please review contracted services and administrative expenditures that don't directly serve students. Also, please evaluate the necessity of our central office administrative positions. Our students deserve a district where students first is more than just a slogan. It should guide every single budget decision, and I ask that you make choices that honor this commitment. Thank you for your consideration.
I work in the Octavia E. Butler Library. My name is Natalie Daly. This library is so named because the PUSD educated author credited her success to using libraries, and I am so privileged to honor her legacy. Libraries are more essential than ever. Middle school libraries, in particular, are designed to get kids joyfully reading and writing, and we do. But it takes being there every day. Kids are using the library constantly. I literally can't even keep up with the bookshelving because circulation is so high. That's a really good problem to have. Cutting the library makes no sense because we are seeing the results of a consistent and dynamic library program that centers student enrichment through a thoughtfully curated library collection and popular literacy programs like author visits, reading challenges, and our popular sci-fi contest and festival. We should be adding to library budgets. Our literacy score gains at OEB are rising right along with our library circulation rates. Butler's parables imagined a Pasadena in which public education had died, likely bleeding to death by 1,000 cuts. Many have referenced what Butler predicted about our current reality, but these predictions were warnings. In 2000, she issued a direct warning about education funding in a memo to President Clinton. We'll do well to keep all children in mind when education looks depressingly expensive and there are so many other things to pay for. Pay for the things that are directly benefiting these kids. A full-time librarian directly benefits every single kid in the school. Please come visit me. Find out how a cut to the library will negatively change students' learning opportunities.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicole Issa. I am the head librarian at John Muir High School. Dr. Blanco's latest communication said, "It is important to note that student learning opportunities will remain largely unchanged, but that is categorically false when it comes to libraries and librarians. I'd like to paint a picture, following Natalie Daly, my esteemed colleague, of what it will look like for standalone middle school libraries to be staffed at 50%, which is your proposed solution that you claim will by no means lessen the student experience. Librarians at 50% will spend the majority of their day on Chromebooks. They will maybe open up for student choice use during nutrition and lunch, maybe before and after school. Classes will not get to visit the library on any regular basis because they will be beholden to a 50% schedule and the inevitable tech support backlog. Research will suffer, which is a graduate profile skill the PUSD requires for graduation. Say bye-bye to the 8th grade defense. Students whose safe space is the library will have nowhere to go. There will be no time for librarians to run book clubs, no time for the sci-fi festival to encourage students to build community with each other around books. That's how we connect, is through stories. Go ahead, really, I want you to picture it. Picture frustrated students because they can't exchange their Chromebook. Picture frustrated teachers because their students don't have tech and no longer have research or instructional support. Picture it. Picture students walking past closed library doors and gazing longingly at the games, activities, books, looking for their beloved librarian. Really, really, really picture it. It's not acceptable. These cuts also present a serious equity issue. Marshall and Blair, because they are 6 to 12, get to keep their fully staffed libraries, while Elliott, Sierra Madre, McKinley, and Octavia Butler struggle. That is not equitable. Our librarians and libraries serve all students. Please save them.
Thank you.
Good evening, board and EOT. As the athletic director at John Muir, I'm here today to provide some context to the proposed athletic cuts at Muir. It was noted during last week's board meeting that the majority of the sports in the district will remain, even with 50% of the athletic budgets being cut. That is true. However, what was left out of that conversation was what our programs will actually look like with these cuts. As one parent inquired, how can you possibly gut your budget and still keep programs alive? The answer is simple. Our sports seasons will look vastly different than what we're used to, and they'll be vastly different than what the surrounding schools will be offering. The largest costs in athletics are coaching stipends and transportation. So in addition to cutting a couple of my teams, all of our teams will now lose between 1 to 6 coaches depending on the program. This means that the remaining coaches will have to pick up all the responsibilities from the ones who were let go. and still receive the lowest stipends in our area. Additionally, we will limit our sports teams to a mere 7 buses or less per program for all levels. Our varsity teams will now only be playing half of the games they currently play, and our JV will play less than half. Also, for some sports like boys basketball, fewer buses means longer days. Instead of my varsity boys basketball team leaving Muir at 5 p.m. and coming for a 7 p.m. game, they'll now join the other 2 levels on the same bus and leave school at 2 p.m. only to return to Muir at 9 p.m. Furthermore, the ability to attract potential families interested in athletics with these cuts in mind was best summed up by an OEB parent who asked, Alfredo, why would I even think about sending my kid to Muir to play for a skeleton soccer program when other schools offer so much more? The only thing I could muster up was a, well, wish us luck. Lastly, we need someone here at Central to oversee all of this transition as we move forward, and we need checks and balances to ensure that the budget remains in line. David Ibarra has done a great job in that role. I hope that won't change. Thank you.
Harry Collins Lopez, Bobby Gonzalez, Aaron Hurtado.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and board members. My name is Aaron Hurtado. I stand here today on behalf of the students, families, educators of Thurgood Marshall Secondary School to urge you to keep our football program and athletes alive. Let me share a quick background story. About 5 years ago, my uncle unfortunately passed away. He was a huge inspiration in my life and the person who encouraged me to get involved in sports. When I joined flag football, he was always there, taking me to games, giving me advice, and helping me improve my skills. That support meant the world to me. Keeping the Thurgood Marshall football team and athletes alive honors the spirit of members like my uncle. Programs like this give students guidance, supports, and a sense of family that I was lucky to have. Losing them would take away the same opportunity from future athletes. Marshall Eagles is not just a team to me. It is a family, a brotherhood that many student athletes can contest and count on. Our football players aren't just athletes. They are scholars, mentors, and role models. Many students who might not have athletic opportunities may make the wrong choices that will lead them to a negative path. Sports programs such as football keep our students safe and protected. Athletes such as football keep our students out of trouble. Hearing that our sport that I love might be taken away truly breaks my heart. Our football team is more than just a group of players. We are a family that I can count on no matter the ups and downs. We don't see each other just as teammates. We see each other as brothers. If the program is removed, it won't only take away the sport itself, it will take away the years of hard work we have put together and the strong community our families helped build. Thank you for your time.
Bobby Gonzalez, followed by Curry Collins Lopez and Gina Cohen.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Gonzalez, and I come from Octavia E. Butler. I've come to represent my librarian, community assistant, bilingual instructional aide, and all of my MTSS's coaches. Starting with my community assistant and the bilingual instructional aides. When budget cuts happens, it always affects the most disadvantaged communities first. We have seen this many times over, but now it is affecting the same people who provide direct support to English learners, such as small group instructions in targeted areas like reading and writing. We need to protect these positions from being cut from our most vulnerable schools: Madison, Octavia E. Butler, Washington, and Muir. Another very important person at my school is my librarian. They do so much for us, such as helping the students with work and playing big parts in events. Taking away the people who are the very structure of our schools is not right. So many students rely on these instructors in their classrooms for much needed social emotional support. We cannot stand for this. Make the Power of Us slogan about us, the students, not the power of you. To continue to make decisions that affect students' learning negatively is not right. Stop making poor decisions for our schools.
Corey Collins Lopez, Gina Conan, Matt Lorscheider.
Hi, sorry, I'm Corey Collins Lopez. I'm a sophomore at PHS High School. I'm 16 and I play for the varsity water polo and varsity swim team at my school. So when I first came to PHS last year, I didn't really feel like I belonged to school. I felt like I was just going to the school and not really belonging there. And I actually applied and got into a charter school, CS Arts, and I was going to go there, but when we were just wrapping up swim season at the end of the year, I realized I really did not want to go to that school, and that is what has kept me at PHS, and those sports have been a very major factor in my enjoyment and sense of belonging at the school at this current moment. Thank you.
Gina Conan.
Hey, Gina, I'm going to switch.
Uh-oh.
Matthew Lorscheider. I'll try not to cuss this time, sorry. My name is Dr. Matthew Lorscheider. I have my doctorate in education from the USC Rossier School of Education. This morning on the Air Talk program with Larry Mansell, Dr. Pedro Noguera, our dean, said that warned against this body, putting this district into a death spiral with a poorly executed financial stabilization plan. And I want to talk about how that looks with one single teacher. His name is Mr. John Newell, and he teaches science at Jackson, where my kids go to school. When my wife and I first toured Jackson, it was our neighborhood school, and we were not initially super enthused about Jackson. But when we saw the science lab, we knew that would be a great place for our son, who was 5 years old at the time. When I toured with my son later on, they were doing a wave experiment, Mr. Newell's science lab, and my son London was so into it. He was so excited to go to that school. Mr. Newell teaches every kid at Jackson every year. Jackson has about 650 kids year after year, 14,000 a kid in ADA. Most of those kids at Jackson, about 2/3 of the students at Jackson, their parents chose for them to be there specifically because what Jackson offers. And Mr. Newell is a big part of that. If we lose Mr. Newell, we cannot call ourselves, I was part of the renaming, by the way, when we chose to keep STEAM in the name. We can't call ourselves legitimately a STEAM school without a science teacher. It's impossible. There's lots of places this district can find money. Employee trap, contracted PD people you're bringing in. I don't want to try to pick on admin roles, but there have got to be some administrator roles that don't directly affect students. Unfortunately, that might have to go. Contracted services. But you're spending all this money on sped contractors that apparently aren't doing a very good job. So think about where you're spending the money. Think about putting this district into a death spiral it cannot recover from. Fix the financial stabilization plan to include cuts away from classrooms. One more thing, it's been 11 months since 1,000 students in this district lost their home and 10,000 were displaced. We are not going to get over that.
Gina Cohen, Maite Alde, Kyle Mickerson.
Hi, my name is Gina Cohen. I have 5 children, and I've been a PUSD mom for 12 years. I am wearing red for solidarity, but I kind of feel like wearing black for a funeral. I have 2 children at Jackson and 1 at OEB. 2 of my children I've chosen to pull from the district for charter schools. 1 was continually denied an IEP assessment when she was 2 years behind academically. The charter school got her an IEP right away. And the other attends CS Arts High School, and we all know what's happening to the arts budget. My eldest child did not have a science teacher in the 7th grade at OEB in the 2023-24 school year. The entire year was substitutes. This year, my 7th grade son only received a science teacher several weeks into the school year. This proposed budget now wants to cut the incredibly talented and dedicated science teacher, Mr. Newell at Jackson. And these are supposed to be STEM schools. Are we flushing those designations with the budget? What will that do for enrollment? My 9-year-old son is a phenomenal athlete. I mean, parents whose kids don't play sports know how good he is. But he won't be attending a middle school without a robust athletics department. My 7th grader loves to read. I'm not going to send him to school without a librarian. Altadena is an incredible community filled with amazing families and teachers who deserve stability. I would love for my children to stay in this district, but we are being pushed out one talent, interest, and special need at a time. I have listened to central office employees describe the validity of their roles. Central office employee positions will have to be reduced, and those who remain will have to do more with less, because teachers have been doing that for years. For comparison, this budget feels as if I were at a scuba diving company that was losing money, and the management decided to cut the budget for oxygen tanks. You can't scuba dive without oxygen tanks. The teachers and enrichment programs are our oxygen. We cannot educate without teachers. Please, let us breathe.
Good evening. My name is Maita Alday, and I'm a parent at Octavia E. Butler Magnet, speaking to protect the more than 500 families who rely on the stability and integrity of our school. So we're finally here tonight, but it feels like decisions are still being made without full, accurate, honest information. Even SBAC members have said they recommended cuts based on incomplete or inaccurate data. That alone should give this board pause. Let's be clear, enrollment drives funding, attendance drives funding, and OEB is thriving. We are over-enrolled with a waiting list. Cutting the staff who make that possible is short-sighted and self-defeating. Here are the people and services at risk. Dr. Farinas, our assistant principal, who supports 20% of students with IEPs. You know that no principal can absorb that without harming our highest need students. Mr. Trapp and Ms. Fontenot, our MTSS coordinators, they create the welcoming environment that brings students, hence funding, into PUSD. Ms. Daly, our librarian, whose programs raise literacy scores by 20%. That's unheard of. Mr. Bracamonte, who uses data to strengthen teaching and learning. And Ms. Nuno, our senior attendance clerk, who protects our ADA funding. Without her, district revenue is at risk. These are not just lines on a spreadsheet. They're why families choose OEB. They are the model this district should be learning from, not eliminating. PUSD faces an enrollment crisis. Our school does not. Cutting staff here undermines revenue and harms students. Whatever vote happens here tonight, there must be a transparent long-term plan for district assets, real estate, and enrollment. Without it, we'll be back here again next year. Our students deserve better, our educators deserve better, and our community deserves better than crisis leadership.
Kyle Mitchelson, Deli Reyes, Joe, her. I really had to ask. I had no idea what it says here. Okay. I am so sorry, but handwriting. Okay. Kyle Mitchelson, Deli Reyes, her. I am so sorry. Okay. Max Romaniev and Amaya Servino. Okay, Gavin Jarvis. I'll keep reading names so that they make their way here. Okay. Calvin Jones. Let's go through the list again. Kyle Mitchelson, Deli Reyes, Joe, her, Max Romaniev, Amaya Servino, Gavin Jarvis. Can you please say your name?
Yes, hello, my name is Deli Reyes. Good evening, Dr. Blanco and members of the board. I'm a part of the 5th grader and 3rd grader in Pasadena Arts in the French program, and we also speak Spanish at home, so they're multilingual by now. I know the district is facing serious financial challenges, and I understand the difficult decision that must be made. But I'm asking you to please consider making more cuts at central office and not inside of the schools. That means our teachers, our programs, our librarians, all of the people that help our children to grow and to be happy. Our students depend on them, on their support, the staff they see every day. I have noticed when you could see EL, my kids really need Mrs. Rayer. Now our students gonna be losing also PE, and our full-time teacher, we don't have it neither. This affects their learning, their health, and the joy to be at school. We need to value our families and our teachers. Teachers already do so much for our students, more than many people can see. If the districts want families to continue enrolling and staying here, then we must protect what happens inside of the schools. With these cuts, many families will start to leave, and even when we want to stay, even when we love our schools, our community, our children's friends, and the programs that support them. So we're asking you to please consider making more reductions at central office. That is the most important thing. When we have a financial problems at home, we don't remove the phone from the table. We do not take away the basics, and the basics for our children are their teachers and the staff who support them. Please protect our schools, protect what our children need the most. Thank you for listening.
Does this work? Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Yule. I'm a 10th grader from Blair. I don't come here today with an action plan or anything else. I simply want to re-emphasize the interpersonal impact these cuts bring. When you have to cut $30 million in the next month, it's understandable to see these budgets on a spreadsheet and only cut them down to the norm of other districts. However, these dollars matter, every single one. Every $2 is a toilet paper roll that I have to reach out for from under the stall when my stall is out. Every $5 is a student's breakfast that they need to get through their math test for the day. Every $50 is a student's application for the science fair that will change their career's trajectory forever. And $150 is a team's after-party post-victory, memories that will last a lifetime. While I am aware that not all the things that I have described will be cut, I just want to reiterate that every digit of every figure redirected or butchered tonight will have an impact on someone's life, whether that be the students, the teachers, or the central office. Even though we're cutting just 10% of the budget, it is not 10% of the student experience. Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Kyle Michelson. I'm a teacher at Pasadena High School, and I have 3 children in the district. And my question for the school board tonight is, what is the goal for these decisions that are being proposed? Is it to retain the students that we have in our district? Because when I look at the decisions that are being made, if we reduce our sports by 50%, it's going to be hard for an incoming freshman on the high school level to want to attend a high school. It's going to be hard to tell parents of 8th graders that the schools will be safe when there's not the same amount of security or administration. And it's going to be hard with these newly renovated facilities like the front of Pasadena High School to be maintained when we've cut custodial services and landscapers. These programs are not sustainable at 50%. The proposal tonight is not something that is going to be long-lasting. We're going to be back here next year. And so I'm asking you as leadership to think about what is sustainable for our district. At Pasadena High School, when I started 20 years ago, we had 2,400 students. We are now down to 1,200. And I know that consolidation is not a word that is lightly spoken in this room. But this is necessary for our district moving forward to be sustainable. So why can't we start the conversation now? Even if it doesn't mean consolidating a school this year, I believe that it is responsible for us to begin that process now. Thank you.
Max, Amaya, Gavin, Calvin.
Hello, I'm a sophomore at PHS. My name is Max Romanu, and I don't have anything prepared, but I just I do cross country, and our girls varsity made CIF for the first time in the history of PHS, and our boys varsity also made CIF for the first time in many years. And honestly, these budget cuts just seem like an insult to us. Like, after all we've done, we've made CIF, we're on the up, and the result of this is just budget cuts. like, what's going to happen? Are we going to go to less meets? And, like, what's just going to be the future for us? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gavin Jarvis. I'm a sophomore at PHS. I'm a member of the baseball team and the cross country team. When I came to high school, it was a scary experience. A lot of my friends had gone to different schools, and I didn't know if I was going to have friends there or what. But when I went to cross country and baseball, I was instantly accepted into a group of friends that would last throughout high school. And these are people who have been mentors for me, have been role models for me, and people who have taught me things, including my coaches, who are wonderful people, who have just helped me, gave me discipline, gave me hard work, which are things I can apply throughout life. And these budget cuts would mean less coaches who can help me, and I've already started to see less people coming to baseball, and this means even less people. We can't even have a JV team this year, it seems. And so I just want to know what's going to happen. Are we not even going to have a varsity team? Are we not even going to have a baseball team? Can I not play the sport I love? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Calvin Jones. I am also a sophomore on the cross-country team at PHS, as you just heard from those two. But the cross-country team has meant so much to me. Like, I have such a good support crew there. And my brother's going to be coming to PHS next year, and I want him to have the same thing that I had coming in. Because, like, I had friends when I came to school, and I want him to have the same thing. But if we're cutting all of these programs, we're going to have, like, what, one coach for the entire team? Sprinting and distance? Like, what are we going to do? Also, when I was at Sierra Madre Middle School, I could, like, barely go into the library. It was always locked. It's the same here at PHS. Like, what am I going to do if I want to, like, get a book for something? Like, I can't do anything. So I just, like, want to say, if you want to help the students, put people in positions to help the students. Having a bunch of people sitting in a room here all day is not going to help the students. Having people working at the school will help. Thank you.
Amaya Servino, Neil Tyler, Dr. Ricardo Peinado.
Hello, good evening. My name is Amaya Servino. I am the parent of 2 children at Marshall. One of them is in the arts and has had the honor of studying with both Mr. Fletcher and Ms. Naganuma, and you've probably seen him in some of the performances or at the All-Star. The other child is an athlete and cannot wait to grow up, be in high school, and participate in our basketball team. You can tell a great deal about the health of a nation and a community by the strength of its arts and its priorities, the priorities it chooses to protect. For many students, the arts are essential to well-being, academic engagement, and a sense of belonging. As a parent and a spectator, I've witnessed firsthand the community building and healing power of the arts. I've also witnessed the dedication that our teachers have put into these programs. Before reducing the programs that directly serve students, I encourage the board to take a closer look at areas where meaningful efficiencies may be possible, specifically long-standing vendor contracts and service agreements that have increased in cost over time. Renegotiating or rebidding these contracts, along with more strategic use of district real estate and underutilized facilities, could produce significant savings without reducing student opportunities. We owe it to our students to examine every alternative before reducing access to arts education. These programs shape confident, well-rounded young people and reflect the values of a district committed to preparing students for a complex world in which being a creative is actually going to be a survival skill. I respectfully urge the boards to preserve arts offerings and instead pursue fiscal efficiencies in areas that impact students the least. Thank you for your leadership and for considering this request.
Hello, my name is
Dr. Ricardo Peinado, school psychologist at PUSD. I would like to go over a little bit of information regarding, and I hope the data that I'm presenting you is wrong, but if it's right, it's a bleak situation, because basically it's indicating how poorly our students overall are performing in reading and in mathematics in terms of their performances. And so with all these ongoing budget cuts, performances are going to be even reduced even more. But once again, if my data is wrong, I would love to hear a presentation sometime regarding how our students are actually performing in the areas of reading and math. I gave you the data for all our elementary schools in terms of what the percentages are of students reading at or above proficiency level. Same thing with mathematics, how many are at or above mathematics level. And as you see, over half of our schools are performing very poorly on our reading and math schools. So when preparing them then for middle school and high school for them to go into college and that, well, it's going to be an ongoing challenging. And then more even so with all these ongoing budget cuts. And the other component is the MTSS process. I don't know exactly what's going on with the MTSS process. If you're doing any cuts on that, that's only going to make the situation even worse. Because if supposedly our curriculum, according to research and even our own MTSS manual says that the core curriculum is supposed to take care of 80 to 90% of our students, but the data that I'm showing you is not even close to that. I also would love to hear sometime, I don't know when, some information regarding, I hear that there's a new curriculum that's teaching our students their sounds and so on and so forth. I have not heard nor seen any data as to how many students are performing and how they're performing in those areas and in the process of preparing them for reading. So I hope this stuff is taken into consideration before whatever cuts you end up doing. Thank you.
Neil Tyler, Devette Johnson, Alex Burstein, Gilbert Mora.
When this process started, we were provided with statements suggesting that about $7 million would be targeted for cuts at the central office. Then we started hearing between 3 and 5 million with suggestions it would be at the higher range. Tonight we've landed at 3.6 million. On the flip side, there's more and more cuts being recommended every single week at the school sites. Just last week, in the presentation buried on the slide about elementary school cuts, suddenly both full-time science teachers are being recommended to be cut at both Jackson and Washington. This process has been deficient from the start and has gone against the core pillars of transparency and putting our students first. None of us understand why the central office cuts have been on a separate track and not lined up and compared against the school site cuts. We've been told that it's because of sensitivity related to talking about these cuts publicly at the central office, but the district staff had absolutely no problem putting a librarian on the SBAC and making her analyze and recommend cuts to her own position. The community overwhelmingly supports cutting more from the central office rather than at school sites. I would think many of you are aware of the change.org petition that started 72 hours ago. There's over 1,100 signatures on it already. The community wants more cut from central, less at the school sites. We believe about 10 million can be cut from the central office, sparing our school sites and stopping this district from gutting everything. But at a minimum, you should cut the tier 2 and tier 3. If you do nothing else, that's in front of you, and line up the positions. Tier 2 and tier 3 has positions like a TV producer and a website designer. How could you ever say those positions are more valuable than the full-time science teacher at Jackson? My kids go to Jackson. Jackson's a STEAM school. You can't have STEAM without the S, and S stands for science. How can you really take these recommendations seriously when you're going to cut the science teacher? This is Mr. Newell. This is the science teacher. Look at the joy he brings to the school. He's the heart of Jackson, and you're about to gut it. You need to find more central office cuts and save teachers like Mr. Newell at Jackson, Washington, and all these other schools.
Devette Johnson, Alex Borstein, Gilbert Mora.
Good evening, board. My name is Devette Johnson. I'm a CTE teacher, and I'm currently working at Marshall Fundamental. We just renamed our school after Thurgood Marshall, and he was always about equity. If you cut the CTE programs at Marshall, you're cutting the equity for all of our students at Marshall. Let me give you a little history about what we do at Marshall for our graphic design program. We actually provide entry-level computer knowledge for the creative industries, for entertainment, for graphic design, for visual arts. We're also part of the CTE program that goes for the AME, which is the California Assessments for the Arts in our California area. It is important that we continue to supply these kids the knowledge of entertainment, creativity, so that they can fuel our economy, especially our entertainment programs here in California, which are now hurting because they don't have the entertainments that are the students that are filling that entertainment. If you've ever come to our program at Marshall, you'll see the design work that our kids do for our drama department, for our dance, for all of our equity for the kids that have the opportunity to go on. I've had students with my program go on to USC in the architectural program. I've had one of my students that come back to visit. She is currently at Cal Poly using communications. I've had a student that's at Berkeley. So, and you continue to say that our school is underperforming. We're one of the highest performing programs in the district, but yet you want to control and cut our CTE program. There's only 3 of us there. And if you do that, you're definitely limiting our growth. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Blanco. I'm here to speak on the budget proposals that will be voted on tonight. My name is Gilbert Mora. I'm a school counselor at Thorogood Marshall Secondary School. I have a vested interest and a self-serving motive for speaking tonight, but not self-serving in the way you may expect. My position is literally on the chopping block. But I'm not here to plead for my job, but to explain how these cuts will negatively affect our purpose as a school district. We're here to educate and enrich lives of the students that we have in our charge. I feel like the SBAC committee, in its decision-making, could not see the forest for the trees. They proposed cuts based on purely monetary basis, not really thinking of how it would affect students we service daily at our various school sites. As many of you know, school counselors have large caseloads of students to service, spanning all grade levels from 6th to 12th grade. Per our contract, the ratio is supposed to be 400 to 1. I know that sounds unattainable, and to be honest, it is. Most of our secondary counselors have caseloads anywhere from 300 to 400 students to serve with various academic, career, social, emotional issues. SBAC suggested that we cuts that are not very pragmatic, delegating some sites to half-time counselors. Financially, that sounds pretty generous. Hey, you're going to take half of them. You're not going to take the whole one. But in reality, it's really not as pragmatic to have only the counselor that works half the time. Is our caseload only going to be half the size of the full-time counselor? And if they do, do they pick up another half-time to make it a full-time? So that means they're going to travel between 2 schools. Well, in closing, this is ridiculous. I'm just
Thank you, sir.
frustrated. Let me just finish this last sentence, please. If I could just get out of this.
You're going to need to wrap it up, sir. 'Cause
I
we
will.
need to
I will.
move
I
on
will.
to the next person.
Okay. The bottom line was that the frontline direct services providers for these students, the chaos, the recent history of COVID, Eaton, and last year's cuts. Now you're going to further traumatize the students with changes they did not ask for and do not want. I understand you're trying to keep the programs running in central office, but that's not where the magic happens.
Okay, sir, we needed to wrap it up the last.
It's in the interactions with the students in person,
Because
by
other
all the
people have
staff,
to
and to
speak
support them in the
equally
day-to-day operations of our
with
school.
all.
It
Thank
truly
you so
matters.
much, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Gilbert Mora.
Good evening. My name is Alex Borstein. I am a senior at Marshall. Okay, that's not true. I am a parent of a Marshall student. I pulled my son, who's in 11th grade, out of a private school. He was going to Sequoia, and I chose Marshall. And I did that because I wanted my kid to have a public school experience like I did. Both of them. My daughter will also be going public next year. I chose Marshall because performance. I chose Marshall because they have a lot of AP classes. I chose Marshall because they had an ACI program and they have sports. I know you've got to make cuts. I get it. Money's got to come from somewhere. I'd like for them to be equitable. I'd like you to cut, if you have to cut sports programs, do it based on how many athletes are at each school, not how many people are enrolled within the school. If you have to cut ACI programs, take a look at how many ACI professors there are, teachers there are at that school, and what it would leave that school with. Marshall would be left with only one ACI instructor to try to take care of the entire school population. It's just not possible. And they have to have a CTE class in order to graduate. So I get your job sucks. This is hard. I would not want to be in your position. Someone's going to lose, but it would be great if you could keep the money in the classrooms and cut it somewhere central. I barely know what I'm talking about, but I just hope that the school can maintain its integrity, its quality, because I'd really like to keep my kids at a public school. Thank you so much.
Fernando de Nocochea, Isis Mulder, Elizabeth Nemth, Martín Dorado. Fernando wrote a lot of things. He had an appointment, he wanted to talk about things. So I'm just going to assume that Fernando left. Isis Molden, Lisbeth Neff, Martín Dorado, Darby Streets, Uria Baja.
Good evening, board. My name is Uriah Bond. My wife and I have two students in PUSD, one at Jackson and one at San Rafael. We spent years researching and visiting various schools in the district because this is not our own. Friends and colleagues commonly shared praises and compliments about their experiences at these schools and others in your district. The curriculum offered through the DLIP program and the STEM programs are what brought us here. We are district transfers from LASD specifically for these programs and these teachers. Mr. Newell's been a hot ticket, but my son has enjoyed this class and learned much during his first year there. Terrible. He came home with the catchphrase, "Science it up." That's why this is hard. These budget cuts describe lower enrollment as a contributing factor, but you are getting kids outside your community. So realize that these programs and these positive experiences created by the staff are precisely what we are seeking as parents in this community and beyond. So make sure you make choices that reflect your choice to put kids first, because what you offer reaches outside Pasadena as well. Thank you.
We have Isis, Lisbeth, Martín, and Darby.
Good evening. So you want to know something interesting? I started digging in the PUSD facility data this morning and kind of took me down a wormhole. And I understand the last couple of meetings that we've had, we've been talking about how the facilities, especially the ones that are unused and sitting idle, are not touchable. But I would like to just reopen up that conversation. Let's just talk a little bit about facts. So let's start with just the unused sites. The campuses that everyone drives by and thinks, oh, I guess nothing is happening there. Except that's not true. Things are happening there, just not for the kids. When they're vacant, campuses still rack up huge annual costs. Insurance, utilities, security, basic maintenance, environmental testing, and compliances. It's a lot. And so the district has to continue paying for these every year. I also checked out the PUSD's Facility Condition Index, which is basically the credit score of these buildings. And a lot of these buildings have high credit scores, meaning don't keep this building, it's a money pit. But guess what? The buildings with the highest FCIs, the Facility Conditions Index, are the exact ones that have been sitting vacant for many, many years. The repair needs are so massive that keeping them idle literally is the most expensive possible choice. High future liabilities, high maintenance, and zero educational return. Meanwhile, I checked out the bond, Measure TT and Measure O, shows that PUSD has already spent millions maintaining these exact campuses that don't serve students. So that bond money that's supposed to go towards modernizing active schools is going towards these unused school sites. Now, let's talk about Proposition 39. You're leaving schools empty for charters to come in.
You have to wrap it up now.
Which is
This
lowering your
last-
ADA.
Your last sentence.
I would like to encourage you guys to just revisit the unused school sites first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your name was?
Isis Molden.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Martin Dorado, and I'm speaking on behalf of us teachers facing looming budget cuts. I understand cuts need to be made. However, I also believe that the cuts that hurt our students the most are the cuts made to their teachers. These are the individuals that are serving our scholars amid significant challenges in the world. I can speak to the demoralization that layoffs result in, as I have experienced 4 separate times in my 8 years here in PUSD. As teachers, we wish to serve our students. We even sometimes prioritize their smiles over our own well-being. But these cuts make that difficult. How are we to ensure stability in our schools and public education if we continue to devalue the single most important position in public education? I am indeed aware that that is a bold statement. However, it was Ms. Chandler, Ms. Bowden, Ms. Murphy that helped me arrive to that conclusion, as the skills they imparted upon me with such care continue to serve me today. Hopefully with a job next year so that I can serve my scholars at Madison Elementary in a similar fashion. Please keep the cuts away from our classrooms. I know it's difficult to make that decision, but I have no problem in saying that the single most important job in public education is a public school teacher. Thank you.
Elizabeth and Darby.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Lisabeth Knapp. I am a teacher at Sierra Madre Middle School, social studies, also known as the orphan child of the curriculum. And I have been in this district long enough to remember when it was the norm to see school board members visit our schools and step foot in each and every classroom several times a year. I have not seen that probably since 2010, and it concerns me that you're making these decisions without putting boots on the ground and seeing exactly what we deal with. If you haven't been in the classroom on a daily basis for 10 years, it's completely different now. And if you saw what our librarian does, you would be amazed. I brought History Day, National History Day, to our campus. There is a reason why it's been in the last 3 years when we've had a full-time librarian that might have had students who have made it to nationals, who were honorable mentions in front of the entire nation. That's because our amazing librarian, Jane Rui, she partners with the classroom teachers. She creates lessons in digital literacy, in how to research, how to cite sources, all the skills that they need now and beyond. A school of 600 students, that cannot work with a half-time librarian. That will not do. She partners with social studies teachers, English teachers, science teachers, and the results are there. Our students excel because we have that skill. And if you're not in the school site, if you don't see what we're doing, how can you make an educated decision on what to cut? Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with this board tonight. My name is Dobry Streets, and I'm an assistant football coach at Marshall Fundamental. I'm here on behalf of my brother Darius Streets, the head coach who couldn't be here tonight due to a pre-scheduled obligation. At Marshall, we're known for our strong academic reputation along with our breadth of college prep courses that attract a unique and diverse type of student that prioritizes the pursuit of academic curiosity. Beyond the arts and student clubs, some of these students choose to enhance their academic experience by choosing to represent Marshall in athletics, where they learn the hard-earned life skills that can only be garnered from the fields of friendly strife. In football, some of these life skills include leadership under pressure, mental toughness, accountability, facing your fears, and understanding what it truly means to have others depend on you. Eliminating our football program and implementing the proposed solution will create an elevated bar of entry for our students who choose to play football, as it detracts from the time spent in academic and football pursuits. Instead, this time will be spent commuting, all while adding to transportation costs along with increasing the time that is required of parents and caregivers, not to mention the slow degradation of pride in alma mater and community that comes with not being able to represent the school that you attend and the sport that you love. For our Marshall students who have chosen to play football, our football program has provided a safe space and positive alternative to after-school distractions, as well as provided temporary respite from the weight of family problems, as well as the personal challenge that marked the progression of this age group. This has borne an unwavering loyalty for our football program and bred student athletes who are committed to representing the Marshall community despite the endless open-ended options to transfer to any of the neighboring football programs. This is especially notable given the inherent struggles that we've experienced standing up a new program. It has been truly admirable to witness students who show up every day, even after tough losses, because they believe in something bigger than themselves. They believe in each other, they believe in the chance to build a legacy, they believe that next year and the year after that they can be better. That hope is powerful and it's worth protecting. Thank you very much for your time, and may your vote reflect the hopes and ambitions of the Marshall football community. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up public comment. Thank you all. We're going to hear from our labor unions now.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. Bring to you our labor partner comments. We start with contract management, a couple of items. We currently have a grievance because Muir has 4 less teachers than the ratio requires. So we're going to hopefully get a resolution on that, but that's where we're at with that grievance. The grievance on denial of physical relief break is now at level 4, which means arbitration and possibly legal action. We do have some resolved items. So longevity is now being paid as part of the yearly salary. We agreed to that. Pregnancy paid leave is counting toward years of service according to the contract. That's the way it should be. And special education teachers, when they were misassigned to the IB seminar class, we've had that agreement. Now they will get the redress they need. And there was a PE class earlier this year that had a safety issue. It was over 55. And we were able to get that resolved through modifying the master schedule. A reminder that the top 3 most effective strategies on our LCAPs are class size reduction, teacher pay, teacher retention, access to guidance counselors, health services, and funding quality PD. You can look at that link. You all got a copy of this. I urge you to look at it and review, because we are not implementing these. Our current cuts include 6.3 career and technical teachers from PHS, Marshall, and Rose City. That's what's in front of you to cut. There's 2 science teachers from STEAM schools 7 arts teachers from across elementary schools, especially from arts magnet schools. There's 3 IB teachers in support, and 29 MTSS and other TOSAs supporting PD. You've put forward that you're going to deprive middle school students of full-time librarians, despite, as you, the data shows, 4,500 books were checked out at our 4 standalone middle schools so far this year. For counselors, we're going to lose some extra counselors that are specifically for making sure our students achieve college and career readiness. Cutting teachers, especially CTE, removes student experiences as well as reducing success on the college and career readiness indicator, which is one of the board's goals. Cutting librarians threatens literacy progress. Removing MTSS coaches, arts and PE will remove planning and collaboration time along with enrichment of student learning, which will jeopardize all the rest of your goals. PUSD has a values crisis, not just a spending crisis. A reminder, this is the 4th year in a row that we're below the 55% state legal minimum. All of the SBAC cuts are draconian and painful. There are no good SBAC cuts. Just want to be clear about that. Instead, we really need to consider streamlining the central office. I understand the comment that was mentioned that not all 51 of those admin positions are certificated, which is why there is not a fine needed to be paid. But the reality is that we had 37 certificated and classified managers back in 2014, which was 17,000 students. We now have 51 classified and certificated administrators. That is way more. We've run out of parking spaces at central office. We need to reduce, okay? We also need to cut legal expenses and outside contractors. We have about $9 million in contract expenses that do not benefit students. Some ideas of how we can enhance revenue. There are about $15 million that can be recovered through Saturday school. I heard the discussion earlier about how expensive it might be, but the reality is that other districts are able to do this, able to get a lot of money back, and they're able to provide enrichment. We need to look at those examples and figure out what works for us. I know personally at PHS, just at one school, we were able to recover $250,000 every single year, and we weren't really even trying that hard. It was mostly through punitive and other sorts of things which are not the best practice. We could also fix up our fields through partnerships. There's plenty of outside organizations that want to help us fix up our fields. We could then charge, once those fees, there are contracts that can be signed that will allow us to then collect fees once those are paid for. We also need to eliminate over budgeting. Our budgets do not match our actuals. There's at least an $8 to $12 million gap, and part of that is we need to close unfilled vacancies as soon as possible, especially if they're away from the classroom. If we have them in classrooms, of course, we do need to make sure those students are served. We need to shift special education professionals from outside contractors to PUSD employees, which will save funding and ensure better student outcomes. This is what it looks like to avoid the central cuts. You don't cut at $18.5 million, but you do make sure that we right-size central office. You don't have nearly as many contracts, and we're still sitting at $23 million. Asset management will be about the same, staffing vacancies. I included your kind of vague economic uncertainties that are from there. But also we regularly over budget. I put 5.7 million, but the reality is it's an extra 8 to 12 million that we constantly over budget for. And this is how you get an amount that is greater than the current proposed amount of cuts. Some additional consideration. Measure J is currently $10.6 million coming in. It was marketed to voters as preserving our strong schools and programs. Measure EE is around $5 million a year. These cuts are unnecessary, damaging, and let down the voters, parents, students, and staff in PUSD. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, President Lee, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Blanco, superintendent leadership teams, and members of the audience. As everyone knows, the board is facing another big decision that will impact many employees' lives. I've been through this process a few times in my career, and I know it's not easy. Facing potential layoffs versus saving the district from going into receivership. I represent Inglewood Unified and know what it's like working with a district that's in receivership. Although their county administrator, Dr. Morris, is very good to work with, he is the only one, along with the county superintendent of schools, who is not there every day to decide what is going to happen in a district. If this happens, we will lose Dr. Blanco, and the board will lose all their authority to govern. Teamsters understand that we'll be experiencing layoffs. I am the first one that will step up and fight to save my members. However, I understand the position the district is in. I've done my own budget analysis. I have been sitting on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee for the past 2 years and see what other unions and departments are facing. In my 25-plus year career representing education employees, I've never participated in a budget committee that has been so inclusive and transparent of an actual budget. Kudos to Dr. Blanco for allowing us to see behind the curtain and vote on potential budget cuts. The committee was made up of parents, students, classified unions, certificated unions, principals, and administrators. Everyone had a right to voice their opinion and get to learn about the important work others are doing in the district. I was always put my members first, but I also know the importance of the positions at the central office. They have been cut to the bone. Anymore, they won't be able to function and complete the important work they do for us, for everyone. I've worked in over 50 school districts as a rep or as an advisor, and Pasadena is by no means top-heavy at the central office. I met with my negotiating team earlier today, and I'm very proud of the ideas they came up with to save the district money. 2 of them are here with me this evening, Thomas Pelavanos and Eric Martinez. And I also have Frank Lombardi as one of my shop stewards. They understand the need for potential cuts. However, we are working hard with Mr. Dunning to see how we can save the district money by contracting in work to potentially save the district money by not having to contract out. With little training and many of our members that can perform the work at a fraction of the cost, they would receive a stipend and perform the work, resulting in saving money for the district and creating raises for my members, a win-win for both parties. Even though there is no money for raises, we are working on generating our own raises with the current budget by simply reallocating money in the budget. I challenge my fellow unions to do the same thing. We need to work together to save our district. However, each of us is responsible for their own part to move us forward. This is not the time to point fingers and argue whose fault it is. We are here. Let's work together to become one of the elite school districts in the San Gabriel Valley once again. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hawley, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Elizabeth Blanco. My name is Julio Venegas, Chapter President for CSEA. I represent over 100 different classified employees here at PUSD. Coming up here and expressing my thoughts is never easy, especially when I'm still trying to make sense of everything that's going on. As a union leader, my job is to make sure every classified employee are well represented and heard, especially during these difficult times. CSEA recognizes the hard and painful decisions this board is facing. We also express appreciation that some of the district's originally proposed cuts to our schools' office staffs are no longer being considered. We all recognize how every job is essential. Without classified staff, our schools cannot properly function. Our students are not effectively supported. This is a difficult moment. There's no easy way out. Without pointing fingers, I believe the board is being rushed into making decisions that will have a long-lasting impact on everyone. I'm not sure if everyone fully understands the weight of these decisions. The board and district management are paid lawfully salaries that I submit should reflect their ability to meet these challenges. Shouldn't be too hard. They do it each year. Let that sink in for a moment. Trust in a better outcome is being lost. At some point, we have to get this right. We have to make sure deficit spending stops now. We have to ensure our students have a future and must ensure our staff have peace of mind when they come to work every single day. Before I walk away tonight, I want to say thank you to every classified staff member who works for PUSD. Thank you for the hard work you put in every single day, for the value you bring to this district, and for the dedication you show in helping our students thrive and learn every day. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Jennifer Hall-Lee, Superintendent Blanco, and my esteemed APSA colleagues on the Superintendent's Leadership Team. My name is Karen Anderson, and I serve as the Arts and Enrichment Coordinator for Pasadena Unified. I also serve as the Public Relations Chair for the Association of Pasadena School Administrators, or APSA. We are a non-bargaining association that represents and supports certificated and classified managers at the district and site level. From business services to principals to the district service center to academics and student wellness, we have incredible leadership in this district. I invite you to take part in our yearly Warming Hearts campaign, which provides holiday gifts of assistance to families in our community for food, clothing, and gifts. Each year, we provide roughly $2,500 in gifts to our families in need, and this year we hope to top that goal. You will see a postcard with that information that was left for you. We appreciate and we understand the challenges put forth for you tonight. Many of our members have also been working through difficult choices as they have presented to the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, answered questions from staff members and community, and worked tirelessly to meet accelerated fiscal deadlines. We continue to lead with integrity and purpose and with a focus on student well-being, which aligns with our association's core mission of putting the children first. They are why we are here, and together we will continue to serve them at the highest level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to our student board member report. Ms. Wick?
Thank you, President Hall-Lee, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Blanco for your commitment to supporting the students of PUSD. Recently, the Student Assembly has experienced a collective sense of fear and uncertainty throughout the district regarding the proposed budget cuts set by the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. The Student Assembly has spent hours over the past few months reviewing the budget reductions, and we understand the very large impact they will have on our district and community. Many valuable programs, teachers, staff members, and administrators will lose their jobs. This uncertainty district-wide has left staff updating their resumes. Students are worried about losing essential programs that will shape communities and are vital to the school experience. It is essential to recognize that the district's budget cuts are not new. Understanding the catalyst for budget cuts is the very first step to addressing change. They originate from systemic and historic patterns, not just in Pasadena, but nationwide. Around the world, financial instability determines who has access to resources and the way that taxes and wealth are distributed. When financial instability deepens, education is the first to feel it. Pasadena specifically has a very high volume of wealth, which, if diverted, could significantly shape the reality of public education. These systemic issues stem from historical financial inequities. According to a 2019 report conducted by Peter Dreyer at Occidental College, Pasadena now ranks second among California's 50 largest cities in terms of the concentration of income among the wealthiest residents and the gap between the richest and poorest households. As low and middle income families are priced out, enrollment continues to decline. It is because of this that we are sad to recognize that the district will continue to face budget cuts in the upcoming years. This situation is not temporary, but a structural challenge that public education across the country is facing as public school enrollment shrinks nationally. Declining enrollment and increasing financial instability also puts student programs at risk. For example, athletics is a very large program that is currently at risk at some campuses in the proposed budget cuts. To many students, athletics are a main form of community, school spirit, and mental well-being. One Blair student on the girls' tennis team shared, "Tennis gave me a great sense of community. We were able to go to CIF, and it was a very memorable experience as someone who's been on the team for years." This team is now at risk of being completely cut. Tonight, the board will make the difficult decision to vote on proposed budget cuts. We understand that a LACO takeover is not something anyone desires. Even as these financial pressures persist, we can be certain of one thing. Students will continue to attend school to learn and grow, being surrounded by brilliant peers. In this effort, the Student Think Tank and the Student Assembly are committed to finding meaningful solutions. Our team has begun to identify how to take action now and in the future to support the district and work toward preventing cuts. The Student Assembly and Think Tank are working on strategies to build a district that will thrive and remain financially stable in the years to come, supporting its students and staff. We'll share more in the upcoming months. Regarding the Student Assembly, ballots were closed last night, and now new representatives will be announced the week after Thanksgiving break. As mentioned earlier in a Board of Education meeting, we're excited to welcome our first CIS representative alongside 12 additional members at Blair, Marshall, Muir, and PHS. They will be sworn in at the December 11th Board of Education meeting. This election also received a high amount of student engagement, with almost 1,400 high school students voting. This is the most student turnout the Student Assembly has ever seen, thanks to the teachers who input the voting ballot into Canvas and principals who included it in emails and announcements. In closing, we recognize this is an extremely heartbreaking moment for our entire district. Staff will lose their jobs and students will suffer. We hope to work with the board and administrators to ensure the district will not face such drastic measures again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wick. I'm going to start with item 1, Dr. Julie Reynoso. Recommendation for expulsion student ID. Did you have something to say, or just call for a motion and a second? Motion? I'll move approval. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? No, student board member.
No,
Okay.
shouldn't vote on this.
All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, for the next item, item number 2, the superintendent has a comment.
Before we begin, I just want to thank all of our students, our community, family members for being here this evening, advocating on behalf of our staff and our students. What we're about to embark on has not been easy for anybody that's leading the district. Every person that works in this organization is valued and appreciated. We find ourselves in this situation not because of mismanagement. It's circumstantial in that we were able to provide many services for our students for many years. We had large ending balances, and we did not right-size our budget because we valued the things we had and the people that work here. And we were able to do that when we received additional $62 million in COVID money, Measure J, the parcel tax, because the community has always supported everybody that's here tonight in our entire school district. The time has come where we have to make difficult decisions for the future of the school district, for the students that are here today and the students that are going to be here tomorrow. We are losing people that we care about and love. I'm not going to deny that. But our programs are going to be different. They're still going to be here. And part of the reason that we're able to preserve our programs and do them differently is because of Measure EE and Measure J. I know this is going to be a difficult transition for all of us, but we will get through this. We just got through the Eaton fire. We lived through COVID because this is a strong community with resilience that cares about the school district. And I apologize to anybody who is on this list. You are not a number, you're a person that we care about. We're working with the county to ensure people that will not have jobs after we make these decisions will find jobs. Many times we're able to call people back because of attrition. We're held to statutory deadlines where we have to give notices and reduce positions. Many times we're able to bring back the people. That's always our goal. We appreciate all of you, and I know that none of us want to be up here tonight doing this, and I appreciate that everybody was very civil tonight and expressed themselves in ways that were not demeaning to others. Thank you for being here.
All right,
Ms.
thank
Holly?
you. Yes.
I would be interested in offering a sweep motion for K2, K3, and K4 as written, except for amending central office reductions to include tiers 1, 2, and 3, and to amend the SBAC reductions to exclude CTE packages A and B, and to delay the athletics choice between proportional cuts and sports at only 2 sites to a future board meeting with a robust discussion and board vote. So not that that the amount of money would still be cut, but that the decision of how to implement it would be postponed until that time. So that would be my motion.
All right, so.
I will second.
Okay, we're going to clarify this motion, and we're going to write it. I have to clarify this, so.
Sweep motion for K2, K3, and K4 as written, except to amend central office reductions to include tiers 1, 2, and 3, and to amend the SBAC reductions to exclude CTE packages A and B, and to simply delay the choice of which athletics option we choose, whether it's going to be proportional cuts or sports at only 2 sites, to a future board meeting with a robust discussion and board vote at that time.
So we have, I have the.
Excluding CTE packages A and B. Just delay the choice, so the packages A and B for athletics would still be here. We just would choose which of those options at a later time.
So we have a motion and a second for this with these amendments.
I'd love to make remarks.
Okay, so hold on, yes. All right, hold on. Do you have a question? The superintendent raised her hand.
Yeah, I just need some clarification on what you're replacing, what is the total cost of the CTE packages that you're asking to exclude, and what you're replacing them with, of equal value?
So I believe the total cost of this would be.
$816,490.
And then the additional central is 1.5, so that nets to 700,000 more cuts than the total as proposed. True? Approximately?
It's a net of $683,510.
Secondly, you're asking that the athletic amount stay the same, is that correct? The reduction of the athletic amount stay the same?
Yes.
And do you have the understanding that we brought the high school principals together and came up with the formula for athletics based on the number of students in the school, and that they agreed as a group to use the formula and met later with athletic directors regarding the sports that they would offer already? So you're asking to undo the decision of the athletic directors and the principals And what are you proposing to substitute it with at a later date?
So as originally presented to the SBAC, and I don't know exactly when it changed, there was an option of, well, there was what was presented to the SBAC, which was a reduction, and I can't remember if the amount was there for each high school. That changed to the proportional amounts, and then someone crossed off the or only have sports at 2 schools. So somehow that got crossed off. That was there for the SBAC, but then I think by the time we saw it on the 13th, that was removed. So I'm asking that we put that or back and then actually allow the board to make that decision.
I don't think that would be in the best interest of students, but is the board's choice. If we're going to go to athletics at 2 schools, we would probably have to have more of a change management strategy and thinking about fading them out, because it will impact, college applications for students in sports that they're already in.
Right, that's why I think we just weren't able to have a very robust conversation. I know staff has done a lot of work, but I think it would be great to have more communication and more discussion before a final decision.
I have a question of staff right now, of Dr. Hill, I believe. I'm a little confused about this concept of something in the SBAC was there, and then it was erased, and it was changed, and then it came back as something else. Can somebody explain this to me, because it's very vague?
The change in athletics.
Okay, I believe maybe it was the reference to when the packages for athletics were presented to the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, athletics was the unique category that allowed for either a percentage reduction equally across all schools, or the consideration of consolidating sports to 2 high schools versus all 4 high schools. It was stated that the committee would weigh in on the dollar amount of reduction in total, and not the decision as to whether it would be a percentage applied across all 4 schools or high school consolidation. That decision would be made by the high school principals when we came together. What changed was that when we brought the high school principals together, neither a direct 50% across all high schools nor a decision to consolidate sports to only 2 high schools was made. Instead, a new proposal arrived, which we at the time believed was within our purview as implementers, that we would use proportional reductions, meaning that if a school had a particular student population, we would then divide the entirety of the remaining budget proportionally by student enrollment. Therefore, the numbers that you see on the slide deck now represent what the dollar amount each school would have to reduce by based on their student enrollment, rather than an equal exact.
So that's where
50%.
this 50% comes in onto here. All 4 principals got together.
Yes, we had all 4
And they
principals
discussed
together.
having sports at all their schools.
Correct.
A reduction, as opposed to just having sports at 2 schools and 2 other schools having none.
Correct.
And that's where we're at right now. It's either all 4 or sort of this amorphous gray area right now in this motion and second, because we don't know where we're going now with the athletics.
Correct. And much like would happen on any committee that involves more than one person, not every single person agrees to the same idea, but it is a team decision, and therefore this is the collective decision.
By all 4 principals.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds pretty fair. So this motion, yes, Ms. Kenny?
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Wick?
I just had a question regarding athletics, because from my understanding that A and B were combined at some point, but do we know the exact percentage that each school is cutting? Because I know that it's based off of ADA now. It's changed. Do we know the percentage based on every school, or is it just?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Dr. Hill, do you want to answer that?
I actually wrote the dollar amounts, so the percentage is based on adding all total enrollment at, across the district. So Blair, I'm so sorry, I'll go in alphabetical order. Blair has 13.84% of students. Marshall has 22.11%. Muir has 33.11%. And PHS has 30.92%.
Okay. I'm going to, well, we still have a little queue here. We have Kim has a comment. Ms. Kenny has a comment.
So I had a comment just,
All I want is for Fatima or whomever is doing the corroboration of the numbers to show us what the implications of this resolution would be, if possible.
Ms. Kenny?
The math
for the total of dollars.
Yes.
So I had a comment just on the rationale for CTE, but then I had some other overall comments, and so you let me know when I can make them.
All right, so I have you as a comment. Ms. McKenzie has a question. No, you didn't? Dr. Velasquez has a question. Okay, so let me write them all down.
I want to clarify one
Okay.
request by Dr. Velasquez. I believe Dr. Mumolo and Dr. Turley are working on the numbers for us this evening. Is that correct? So we would have you give the numbers to Ms. Montoya? Oh, so we have, so I did clarify that Fatima's not doing the adding and subtracting.
The numbers that
Taking
were
minutes.
provided are accurate for Central Tier 3 and as well for the exclusion of A and B. I think the numbers that were provided was A16490. Those are our, the numbers that were spoken earlier are correct. The question that I believe was asked was in terms of just the difference.
Yeah, what's the balance?
And that's what they're working on.
All right. So Dr. Velasquez, do you want to go next?
No, I want
to. Okay. Mr. Harden?
So you want me to wait?
Oh, did you?
All right.
Well, if you had comment, if you.
Ms. Kenny, go ahead with your comments.
Great, thank you. So just to give some rationale about the CTE packages, when looking at the SBAC packages, it seemed that they could be categorized into student supports, enrichment, instruction, and operations. And CTE is instruction for our students. It's a required graduation requirement, and one of our 3 board goals is increasing college and career readiness. Package B would cause a restructure of Muir, which is now a campus of small learning communities to support students. It wasn't clear from any conversation we've had exactly what would happen and what the impact would be to the Muir students. And by doing those cuts, we would give back an additional $800,000 in grant money. Overall, in looking at these cuts, I'm still not sure exactly what we're doing wrong in our spending, but it does seem that there is something, as we've been hearing about other districts that are not having the same kinds of problems. It might be related to our continuing low attendance rates, which limit our state funding, or it could be something else. So I do think we need to do some further study and continue making changes. I don't know that we were able to discuss as much whether any programs had a lower program effectiveness and needed to be cut, or how we were focusing on improving instructional quality at the same time that we were making cuts. One of my concerns is that we're cutting both personnel and services from our supplemental and concentration funds that we receive to increase and improve services for our at-risk students. So I'm not clear what we will do with the freed up funds. It's about $11 million. And again, they're meant to target our neediest students. I don't know if we will just spend those funds on regular expenses and not something that will increase and improve services for those students. Central is an interesting case. I think that the district needs to consider some type of reorganization that reverses the last 10 to 15 years of position inflation that we've had. One example that I looked at today, because there were some fiscal positions on the central list, was our fiscal department. It is currently made up entirely of management and supervisor personnel. Almost every single person in that department is a member of APSA. 13 years ago, it was made up of mainly CSEA personnel. So there's now 11 APSA and 1 CSEA. 13 years ago, it was 3 APSA and 11 CSEA. The APSA positions start at $83,000 and $91,000, whereas the CSEA positions that have been replaced start at $47,000 and $51,000. When your entire department is made up of management and supervisors, I don't know exactly what happened. Second example is just the number of director positions we have now. We had positions that were coordinators. We've made them positions, directors. The director positions then get a higher level of admin assistants. So now we have higher expensive admin assistants. And I just want to say, I hope that as we reduce personnel in the central office, that we update job descriptions as the positions are reduced so that we can address our tendency to give 10% stipends to employees who are doing extra duties, so that we get that practice under control and assure that it doesn't increase in the future as people will be taking on additional duties. Just real quickly on the contract, it was kind of hard to weed through that list and find impactful items amongst a lot of very small things. But as I mentioned on the 13th, these are contracts for last year, 24-25, not what we have budgeted or are spending money on this year. I did notice that the board budget has $500K budgeted for an election that we are not having during this school year. So hopefully that will be returned to the ending balance and will no longer look like an expenditure soon. The superintendent's budget has $800,000 for services in it. And I'm hearing that it's going to be reduced. It had $700 in it budgeted last year, but only spent $300. But that's the kind of expenditure that sits in our budget all year long and only gets cleaned up at actuals. Since these figures were still there on November 17th, my concern is that we will not see that reflected in our first interim, and we will have to wait until second interim to see those changes and to see those reductions in our expenditures. I think that's what's going to make it difficult for us to know where we really are in December. On the SBAC, a lot of these cuts are services that we have supported our schools and families with for years. I've been in this district since 2003. Services such as community assistants, health clerks, nurses, coaches, librarians are integral parts of our schools. I'm concerned about our operational cuts and whether we'll be able to continue to supply adequate services. But I have to say, if we're cutting this staff, this integral staff, across all of our schools, it seems to beg the question, if we can't afford to staff all of our schools, do we have too many schools?
Mr. Harden?
Thank you. I appreciate the sweep mechanism because I think it allows us to talk about this holistically, which I think, I know there's different separate work streams, and I appreciate all of the hard work that was put into to planning. I think Ms. Kenny talked a lot about the value of CTE. I have been a long time supporter of CTE because I think it's making a real difference in our college and career readiness, which the last time I checked is a board goal. Number 3, I think that if we look at the dashboard, the recent reports from the California dashboard, we're seeing market improvement in our CCI preparedness. Now, not all of that is attributable to CTE, but I firmly believe it's a major part of it. I heard comments about, there are different pathways in school for students. I will be honest, I was not the world's best student, but some of my CTE type electives that I had in high school prepared me for my life's work. So I think I appreciate that we're making steps to preserve that. I think it's important. It's in the classroom where it matters, and it helps preserve a value that I think that we have. Now, to do that, I think it comes at a major it's a major cost. I mean, it is going to result in steeper cuts at the central office. I appreciate everyone in the central office because I've worked in the central office before, and I've worked alongside many of the good people here, and I think Dr. Blanco said that the folks that are here, you know, if the situation were different, we would appreciate and we would keep and love to have everyone continue on. But I do think that we are at a major inflection point, and I do think that we have to put our money where our values are, and I think above all, it has to be in the classroom. It has to be at school sites. I think that this is going to be painful, but I'm hoping it provides an opportunity to do some redesign of our organizational structure, perhaps flattening it a bit, and also embracing our sites and possibly leaning in on local leadership structures at our school sites. Our community schools program, for instance, is built on that framework where a lot of site control goes back to the school sites and is managed at the school site level. So it's not an easy, it is an extremely hard choice to make, but I do support the additional cuts at Central. And I think that with regards to the sports strategy, I do think that there are, I think we will benefit from perhaps bringing on additional dimensions in terms of determining how we manage our sports cuts. I think, you know, there are opportunities to consider actual participation in sports as potentially a dimension that I don't believe we're considering currently, as well as the other dimensions that the staff has already considered. So, so that's where I am on these issues. Thank you.
I just have a little comment about process, because since we're entertaining a sweep, there's public comment. So I don't know if we should do it now or when, what's the order of that, so. So we're going to start public comment for item K4. Andrew Medina.
Good evening, board members. My name is Andrew Medina. Soon to misunderstand the little yellow piece of paper. I wanted to go earlier, but my name is Andrew Medina. This is my 6th year as an elementary music teacher in PUSD. I currently teach grades K through 5 at San Rafael and Jackson Elementary Schools. I see every single day how music positively affects children, helping them grow academically, socially, and emotionally. That's why I'm deeply concerned with the proposed cuts to school sites, including cuts to the elementary music program and arts education as a whole. Every child deserves access to high-quality music education. Research shows that music strengthens early literacy, improves social-emotional development, and increases student engagement and attendance. At my sites, cuts to programs like music, art, PE, and science, which are all part of the special programs funding, will take away places where students learn through joy and creativity. I see the impact of music education, whether it's kinder and first graders in our dual language programs, singing in their target language, 2nd and 3rd graders gaining confidence as they improvise rhythms and melodies, or 4th and 5th graders beginning their instrumental music journey, excited to play an instrument and to learn what it means to be a part of an ensemble. These moments are not extras. They should not be considered special. They are critical learning experiences that support academic and social and emotional development. The district already knows the value of these programs. In every PUSD update and on the district website and on your way up the stairs, you highlight middle and high school performing arts. Every musical theater show, every orchestra concert, every choir festival, every marching band has its foundations in the elementary music classroom. School communities should be the last place considered for cuts. I urge you to prioritize classrooms, school sites, and the arts so every child continues to receive a complete and well-rounded education. Thank you for your time.
Brian Matthews, and then Tony Boschetti. Tony Boschetti.
So I had my comments prepared prior to the comments that were just made. So thank you for at least considering to reevaluate the CTE programs. I'm a parent at Marshall. I have 3 student athletes that are part of Marshall Marching Band, Marshall Soccer Program, Color Guard, and cross country. While we completely understand the need for cuts within the district, however, this crisis was not a result of the decisions made by the students, but they are the ones that are going to suffer if we cut the programs for CTE and athletics. So, as was mentioned earlier, we've heard the district say that the crisis is a result of losing of temporary funds such as COVID money and other temporary monies to the district. We've gone to the voters to approve specific projects, particularly for improving facilities, while they were overwhelmingly approved with Measure TT, Measure O, Measure R. So we're at this crisis with further reinforcing the community's desire to seek private school options. And that's, the community has seen the need for facilities improvements. So we've heard many people speak today, and we've even heard a teacher at PHS call for consolidation. I can tell you that consolidation is not the answer, because we will lose a lot of kids. We will lose a lot of students. The clear inequity that has been presented for the athletics program within PUSD is not the answer either, as Marshall has the second highest student athlete population in the district, but it's being proposed to receive the lowest amount of funding per athlete within the district. Please consider reevaluating how the funding is allocated.
Brian.
Hi, my name is Bryant Matthews. I've been a PUSD parent for 10 years. My son's currently in elementary school and is having a great experience, for which I'm very thankful. I also appreciate the work of the administration and the SBAC to try to find ways to minimize the effects of these painful cuts on our children. It's definitely difficult work. What I'm troubled by, though, is the apparent lack of vision for the future of PUSD. And it's not enough just to be reactive without addressing the structural challenges that result from enrollments that keep falling. Like Larry Mantle said on Air Talk this morning, that will likely just lead to a death spiral of further cuts and continued exodus of families from the district. I hope that won't be the case. We need you to take bold action. Whatever happens today in the discussions of these cuts, at your next meeting, you should approve a process for a school consolidation. Imagine the possibilities if we consolidated to 2 high schools. Every student could access every sport and twice as many academies or special programs, and friend groups from the 8th grade wouldn't have to separate to different high schools based on their varying interests. We can invest twice as much bond money in renovating and beautifying each of the remaining campuses. And district administration could invest twice as much time in focused efforts to improve learning outcomes at the remaining sites. The board and administration, you have a hard job, but I hope that you will lead and make the hard choices that are necessary to get PUSD moving in a hopeful direction again. I'm worried about the families that might leave if not. And honestly, if the board doesn't provide this leadership, then maybe a LACO takeover is what we need. I'm pretty sure they'll be willing to make those hard choices, but I'd rather have our elected representatives do it. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey? No? Dr. Velasquez? No?
I'm waiting for the number to then.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Cannell.
For those three work streams, it's 25,069,302. 25,069,302. For those three work streams, obviously it doesn't account for the other work streams, the additional work streams such as the grant maximization, the asset management, staffing, economic block grant, which means this plus those would reach the goal of the 30 million plus.
I'm confused too.
So these three items as written were 24, 378, 935. And sorry, I rounded up the .5. And then now it is 25, 69, 303. So it's that 690K greater.
Ms. McKenzie, did you have something?
I am incredibly conflicted. Nobody runs for office to be in a position to cut programs, cut services, or to make decisions that are going to have adverse impacts on the organization. However, I think that we are in a position where, as leaders, we're obligated to make the courageous decision, even if it is unpopular. I think that all of these issues that we are grappling with are important to somebody because they affect somebody, be it students, be it employees, be it our community, because ultimately, the school district not only serves for the purpose of educating our students, which will be our future leaders, it also is an entity that serves as kind of the pillar in our community and provides value to people in a multitude of ways. We have heard and received a significant volume of advocacy from various interest groups, people advocating for what's important to them, and all of this is important to us, and none of this is easy. I don't want people to think that we don't care, and that the lives that are going to be impacted are just numbers on a spreadsheet, because they're not. And I think that what you hear us struggling with is trying to figure out how do we arrive at a solution that is least impactful when I don't know what that path looks like. We are trying to figure out how to make a decision that meets our fiscal needs, because all of us took an oath to be the fiduciary responsible parties for this organization. And were there an opportunity to be able to not make any cuts, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Were there revenue sources available to be able to help us close the shortfall, we would be actively pursuing that. Sadly, Mackenzie Scott did not give us $30 million, so here we are. Right now, I don't know if I'm at a place where I can support the amendment to the proposed recommendations. I need to hear more, I need to know more, because the things that are important to me are, far exceeding what we can actually do. I hear the calls to cut central office, and I'm not caping for anybody or anything, but be clear. The services that are centralized are things that ultimately support school sites and ultimately support our educators who are at school sites. Because I am certain that while our educators love what they do and they love being able to focus on their job of teaching and learning, there are many functions that happen in this building that allow them to be able to focus on teaching and learning, such as being able to get your paycheck, such as being able to have your benefits process. It's open enrollment right now, correct? We want to be able to make sure that those kind of things happen, because we can't put that burden on you as well while we are asking you to focus on educating our students. So at some point, there has to be a balance between what it is we're asking of you in the classroom and what has to happen somewhere else that's not at a school site. So I'm gonna keep listening and keep trying to figure out sort of where I will be and where I can find a way to make what I know is the courageous decision. But, this is one of those situations where our, kind of poet laureate of the time said that winning is easy, but governing is harder. So just know that we are struggling with the governing part of this right now.
Dr. Velasquez? You are.
Okay. So thank you, everybody, for coming and sharing. A lot of you I know from my daughter, had the librarian and the teachers. And this is sort of an impossible choice, because it's like picking which child to give up. It's numbers, right? Like, we're trying to balance this budget. Okay, we take something here, then we gotta, make it up with another position. So the SBAC process, which I attended most of those meetings. To reiterate, it was basically cuts of 25, 50, 75, 100, 100% of a department. And that's a tough process to be cutting people or yourself. And the recommended cuts was 18 million in the SBAC list. As far as central, the recommended was 3.6 million. And to tier 3 would be a 5.1 million, which is a difference of 1.5 million. So I'm a former teacher, so I really believe that if you're going to impact children, it's going to be in the classroom. So I support the tier 2, tier 3 cuts in order to invest some of that back into the sites. I hear you. Literally, we're here to make sure that we keep local control. And we have to balance this. And this is work that should have been done for a long time, and we're just scrambling right now. This is sort of a really hard, impossible situation, but we have to do this, and so I do support maximizing the cuts. It is only 1.5 million. I cannot save 18 million in SBAC at the sites, unfortunately. What I appreciate everyone that came. I learned a lot about our district. Unfortunately, this situation actually allows me to learn how amazing our staff and teachers and programs and students are. And I think what resonates with me is just we need to have this conversation. We need to have a conversation, as someone had mentioned in public comment. We need to start having a conversation how to structure ourselves differently. And ultimately, we need to share. We need to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everybody that spoke today and to everybody that wrote us. Thank you to all of the students that wrote us. I did my best to answer to as many of you as I could. This is a very difficult position that we are in, and I am a strong supporter of establishing a plan that is both immediate but also long-term. However, I would like to clarify that from my perspective, the long-term planning does not replace the changes that we have to do today. Long-term planning will be in addition to the difficult decisions that we're making today. I am willing to start a long-term plan of reimagining as soon as next month. I want to appreciate and I want to say that I value the work of all of the central office staff. I value and appreciate the work of all of our teachers and staff. Some of them I know personally, and it is very difficult. However, I want to talk about the three areas. The first area has to do with the CTE. I am in support of that because I believe that we need to preserve all pathways for students. Number two, the reduction in central staff. It's a very difficult decision to make, and it's not out of a lack of value or out of lack of acknowledgement of the many cuts that we've asked you to make in the last couple of years. I want to acknowledge that and still acknowledge that within the spectrum of choices, I still believe that it is the best path forward. And number three, when it comes to the sports, I think that it is an ongoing conversation. I am not sure where we're going to land in that particular conversation, but that seems inconsequential to the decision that we need to make today, because the end balance of the cut would remain the same. What we would then become having a discussion about is how we proceed forward within that same budget line. So I am happy to hear about the consensus between the principals or not, or it would be very difficult for me to support certain positions, but we're not here or there. That doesn't change the math, and I think that what we need to resolve right now is the math. And so I am supportive of continuing the conversation about sports since it doesn't really change the number of the cut. Our favorite pastime is to argue with each other, so we can add that to the line. After my colleagues speak, I would like to ask Trustee Kenny if she would entertain a friendly amendment.
I have something to say here. So the board is here for the what and not the how. We are here for the what. The how is done by the staff and the superintendent. I have a big concern. One is, how are the sites going to do the job of the central office Can I get something from staff? Can you give me an example? Because I'm thinking maybe some people don't understand. The superintendent can answer my questions.
Well, it would be really easy for me to let you all vote and go home. I think that the central office deserves knowing what decisions you're making. And I'll start with K-Learn, since Hilda and Beth aren't in the room. You're making a decision to maybe not broadcast your meetings anymore, because if one of them is absent, we won't have anyone to broadcast the meetings. I'll let the other managers here explain, starting with Helen and CIPD, what that means, because I want you to make a conscious decision about what Tiers 2 and Tiers 3 mean. We cut $13.8 million from the central office 2 years ago, and we cut all the cuts from the central office last year. I just want everyone to understand what the trade-offs of what you're making tonight really mean to you before you vote.
I think I need some examples of how this is going to work. So K-Learn not broadcasting our meetings, that would be one thing, perhaps. And what are some, not broadcasting the school site events? State of the school speech. So that's just one example, but can I get some concrete examples?
I would like her to give me the academic.
Okay, academic examples first, please.
Okay. So for the reductions that are included for CIPD, that would, that includes the coaching, the curriculum development and articulation when we talk about consolidating classes, professional development coordination. PD Day would likely go back to, could go back to the school sites. I think ultimately it would be breaking down the consistency that we're hoping to have district-wide. I think the main impact might be the board's academic priorities were just set. We have some really high markers to attain, and we are moving forward with a structure of multi-tiered systems of support that involve creating interventions, supporting the change and training that happens within them, developing the curriculum, adjusting the curriculum when it has to be applied, and those would not occur at the central office any longer. So an example might be that teacher teams could work together. I'm actually, at this point, very sorry that I'm spitballing at what might happen, because there are a lot of ways we could go about this, but maybe teacher teams could write those curricular pieces. Ed tech support for the technology in the classroom would be maybe moved again to teacher leaders.
Dr. Hill, what do you mean by teacher leaders? So teachers at the school sites would have to do the tech support?
Yes.
So that means repairing Chromebooks?
Well, librarians help with that. That is more, we did get computer technicians to support that, but that I think is also included in the reductions. So, yeah. So both of those areas.
And who would help the sites to do this work, because they've never done this work before? So who would help them?
We could get them trained, I don't know, we would get them external training.
And who would pay for the external training?
Well, those would be contracts that we'd probably have to open, but maybe nominal in comparison if that's the consideration.
So that's some major coordination.
Yes.
To move what's happening at Central to all of the sites.
There are some logistical things too that I'm just sort of, again, spitballing. We also order all of the instruction materials. So that would be, while that is more of a logistical area, that is a behemoth of a task that I don't know we could put at the school site. There's a lot of requirements around learning materials.
I have another question about the board goals, because we just set goals. How would this affect our board goals?
So I think that's kind of the impact that I'm considering. I think collectively, all of our reductions will impact academics regardless.
Okay. All right. I would like to make a motion to extend the time to 11:30.
Second.
All right, all in favor to extend the time to 11:30? We're going to need it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, thank you. So, okay, and Dr. Canal and Dr. Reynoso, I really need you to weigh in on this. So my main concerns, who's going to help the school sites do the work for the curriculum and all these other things that Dr. Hill just talked about? Who's going to coordinate it? Where's the money going to come from? Who has the time to do this? Who are the people that are going to do this work for the school sites? And how does it affect our board goals? Because our board goals are big.
Sorry, I'm probably not going to be as eloquent as Dr. Chanhill is. Yes, you were. I won't disagree that the most important thing that happens in this district are our classrooms. I think that is the most important thing. However, been a teacher in this district, I've been a coach in this district, I've been a principal in this district, and I've also been at the district office. So I understand the comprehension of what happens everywhere. Athletics and curriculum. I used to order all of the curriculum for the district. We do need to make a hard decision tonight, and that is the work that's been put before the board. To answer your question, Ms. Hawley, I think it would have to be a resurgence of looking at what and who is left to be able to say what services remain. I think some of the conversations we have all had is there's going to have to be some hard decisions too, whether it's fiduciary or not, that just some plans just cannot go forward and we're going to have to rely on other means. I do believe that we have strong leadership in this district. We have wonderful principals who step up all the time to lead in amazing ways. Smaller districts do rely on creating cohorts of leadership. It creates pathways also for our schools. But to do without, you know, I'm going to speak, I guess, not only on the curriculum side, but on the wellness side. We're making hard decisions, but it will be somewhat of a change in structure of what the schools will be required to do. Because if that service and that person is no longer there, it's not like you can just make that up and say, oh, it's just going to come from somewhere else. We've seen that over the last this is the third year that we've been doing this, so we keep trying to reinvent how that's going to go down. But I will be honest with you, there's no greater place in this district than walking into a classroom and seeing children and our kids. So I do believe it will be difficult, but to give you more concrete evidence with not knowing what's going to happen after tonight will be difficult. So we're doing the best we can here on the spot. Just reminding the board that we have several impact statements that I believe we wrote on every section, from contracts to reductions in all tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So it does point out possibilities beyond what we're talking about right now. But it'll be the hard work is ahead of us.
Dr. Canal.
Well, it's definitely even difficult to go after Dr. Reynoso and Dr. Chanhill. I think the advocacy is something that I think for me is, particularly in the role that I sit in, challenging. I do think a lot of people have expressed how difficult this is going to be. In terms of tier 2 and tier 3, I think some of the speakers articulated that, specifically Ramiro, Adela, and Alma. They came in and they spoke regarding some of the impact that would happen. been fortunate to be there and lead the business department. And they spoke very well about the challenges ahead, going to Tier 2 and Tier 3, cuts even further into the business department. They spoke about payroll concerns. They spoke about reimbursements. They spoke about a lot of the impact that's going to have. These are the folks that do the work that people don't often see, but they receive whether salary warrants on, whether they receive their salary warrants on time without errors, whether they see reimbursements, whether vendors get processed, all of that work that is essential as part of activities. So I think I would refer even more so to those three public speakers who spoke on the topic in terms of the impact on business.
And I just want to say that I think the difficulty that maybe the three of us are having in articulating is that we have been tasked to be objective about all changes, right? Everything that was in any of the work streams, all 8 of these work streams, impact the district. And when I say the district, I don't mean a divisive statement between a central office and a school site. Every service provided at the central office is in service to the schools. I think that is something that I just want to very boldly state that I have heard misused repeatedly in this season. We may have opinions about the current priority of prioritization of any of the items in any of these work streams, but I am not here to diminish or champion the value of something over another when they are all interconnected. So I think our task is to really look at the collective reductions and say what can we do and who can do it and what can we no longer do based on how we proportionally reduce. It is true that services that seem to be outside of the classroom tend to be reduced first. That is, I think I've seen that in every budget era. And some of the tasks that are required for compliance or out of necessity will go to who remains. If we make cuts in one area, the balance will have to be in the other. Somebody will pick up the work, whether you reduce it at central and it goes to site, or you reduce at site and it goes to central. They are meant to work in harmony. And that's why I say this is a heavy season for all of us, because the cuts at the school sites are the exact people and programs that we're tasked to support. The cuts at the central office, having been at both, in both venues, mean that supports that maybe are more behind the scenes will be impacted. So, but your one question around the board's priorities, I do want to uplift the fact that the people who need to reach those goals to ensure that our students are progressing at a phenomenal rate for literacy, math, and college and career readiness, not only are the people in the classrooms, but are also the support systems that allow them to do it with precision. So I think that there will be impacts on both sides, and I'm really sorry that I can't give a concrete example. There's just too many.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Ms. Balley.
So yes, I have similar concerns regarding what you're discussing now, and I want to include the business office in that. I'm very concerned about the language, and I'm hoping that after we get through this phase tonight, that Dr. Blanco, you and your team are going to start identifying where the responsibilities are going to go from the positions that will be eliminated. through this process. My concern is with procurement, payroll, accounts receivable, accounts payable. Your language, everything in your language says that, you know, it may be late, it may be, you know, delays, the service may be interrupted. And anyone who has worked at a school site knows that finances can hold up books being received, other materials being received. You know, with IB, it holds up the training, it holds up the whole diploma process. So I'm concerned, even with what Adela presented, eliminating her position with her, who has, with her in it, with all of the knowledge and the skills that she brings to the table. You know, I'm just really concerned about that department. I don't know if that is a department, a district level department that we really want to place those kind of challenges on, because they're the lifeline, the financial lifeline of this district. And if things aren't flowing in and out of that department, you know, it can literally bring this district to a halt. So I'm not sure if I'm, you know, ready to support the central office Tier 1 cuts in its totality. The other concern that I have is about the registrars. It's not a big one. I'm sure that it's something that we can probably work around, but it involves their professional development, because it's saying that it may eliminate their abilities to be on top of the latest procedures or information that registrars need to do their jobs effectively. So I'm concerned about that. This is really, really challenging. This is, I think, my third time being in this position while serving on this board. And I agree with Kim, with Board Member Kinney. You know, you look for it, you ask questions, you dig deep, and you just can't figure out what we're really doing wrong here. You know, it's implied that we're mismanaging, that we're top-heavy. Everything that's been said up here is absolutely right about the district office. If you don't have the support up here, then nothing flows through the veins down to the school sites. The school sites suffer. But at the same time, when you start talking about putting more into the school sites, more work that increases their loads, which are already heavy, every day at a school site is a different day. It's like fingerprints. No 2 days are the same. I know, because I was there. I worked there. And so just knowing that, having that institutional experience, having that institutional knowledge, I would like to see a comprehensive plan or strategy on how the work is going to be divvied up. You know, I've been saying for years that we need to restructure this organization and the workflow. We need to look at things that we're doing that may be obsolete or unnecessary. Maybe the way that we're doing things could be done differently and more efficient. But I think that we need to look at that. It's just hard to conceive burdening a system that's already burdened and still being able to bring our best to our classrooms. So this is really challenging. There's so much internally that, you know, our community does not experience, they're not aware of. And I just would like to caution everybody in your passion, because we all are passionate about this. I mean, our children are our most precious commodities in this community. We all want what's best, all of us up here, everyone working in this district. We want what's best for all of the children, or else we would not be here. And we would not have to go, if we didn't have that love and that care and that concern, we definitely would be sitting in the seat, having to go through these kinds of things that we have to go through. And I also would like people to stop and look at what's happening, not just in Pasadena, up and down the state, across the country. There are so many school districts that are going through similar challenges that we're going through and have been. And every time you think that you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, something caves in to cause you to have to go back again. It's like doing that cha-cha, you know, up, up, back, back. That's how I feel. You know, we had COVID, we had the fires, you know, we have something that prevents us from doing something or to stray away from what Lako said. We've never been able to stick to our fiscal stabilization plans. When do we drift from it? I don't know. I just know that this is where we are now. I would like to see a plan for what the workload is going to be about. I'm very, very concerned about the cuts in business, in the business office, very. Because we don't need any issues with payroll. We don't need any issues with procurement. We don't need any issues with accounts payable. Those are important areas in payroll. There's also something that goes on that people don't even know about. It's an attendance audit for employees. And if that's not done, and there's an issue, you know, any staff member could literally end up owing the district money. So, and people aren't aware of that, and that happens. So we need knowledgeable people. We need skilled people to remain on their jobs, not just in payroll, but I have to say payroll. I have to advocate for payroll right now, because I absolutely know how important that department is to how things flow throughout this district. But it's just hard. It's hard. And, you know, one thing that, you know, I've been trying to do is, you know, just be encouraging to any staff person that talks to me about this matter. And even being elected officials, I mean, we have to take it on the chin from a lot of community members or parents. It's not easy. We were elected to serve. We have a job to do. And something like this, to some people, sends a message that we don't know what we're doing. I honestly believe that this is a systemic problem. I'm a true believer that unfunded mandates are a huge contributor to this problem up and down the state. If those issues aren't addressed at the state and federal level, I don't see how school districts, public school systems are going to pull themselves out of this. Public education is not funded adequately. It's just not. And you would think with the passage of EE and the Measure J or I funding that we get, that that's all extra, and we should have enough to help us where we wouldn't be in this condition. It's obviously not enough. It doesn't even come close. And, you know, I don't know, just in the pit of my stomach, I feel really sick right now. The other thing that I want to say when it comes to our properties, the bottom line about the property is that any funding generated from the sale of our properties go back to our facilities. It does not go to the general fund, which is where the problem is. That is why we have not been discussing selling property or school consolidations to this point. I'm not saying that the discussion does not need to happen. I agree that we need to have the discussion because, you know, we all need to be educated. But the concern that I have is that when we speak, people are not hearing. And so a lot of what we say is repetitious. And I don't have a problem with that because I think it's important. I'm sorry, bless you.
Ms. Bailey?
I know I'm gonna start,
Okay.
I'm gonna start cutting it, but I just have to say this because I really care about this district. I really care about our children. I really care about our families. And, you know, I want you all to know that whatever decision that I make up here, it's only because the decision has to be made. It is not because I want to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question. I think I would like to hear from Hilda Ramirez on this motion that's before us to cut the central office and how that affects the district.
Hi, I'm going to ask my colleague Beth Layden to come up here with me. Before you are central office reductions that include K-Learn and communications. In Tier 1, you have 1.5 positions, actually 2.5 positions, 2 from communications, half of a TV producer director from K-Learn. K-Learn has a total of 2.5 TV producers and a director. K-Learn is a channel that has what's called an educational broadband system license, which is a rarity of a license issued by the FCC. It allows us, because we keep programming on the air, to generate more than $2 million in revenue a year, plus hundreds of thousands of dollars in wireless services. K-Learn broadcasts board meetings like this and make sure that the public has a way of engaging with what is happening on the school board, and broadcast this meeting not only in English but simulcast in Spanish via YouTube, ensuring that our communities have equitable access. Removing, with already the loss in Tier 1 of the half-time producer, this leaves only 2.5 people to ensure that the board meetings are broadcast regularly. with only 2 staff members left, should the Tier 2 go through. That means that if one is out, we have 1 backup. If 2 are out, we have no backup. We have no way to put the board meetings on the air.
I have a question. How would this affect us receiving the money with the FCC license?
It puts in jeopardy our license. We have to keep original programming on the air in order to maintain the license. Original programming ceases, we do not qualify for the license anymore. Remember, some of our original programming includes not only these board meetings, but things like the turkey tussle, which highlight our athletes, the 6 graduation ceremonies that highlight our students, the welcome back event, any emergency. For instance, during the fire, we had the media briefing. We were able to push that out to our entire community thanks to K-Learn. So it is an essential thing, an essential way to communicate directly with our public while generating revenue for this district. The second thing is the website designer. The website, he's our webmaster, manages 24 of the 24 district websites, including the front page, including the Board of Education pages that have agendas and vital documents. Without that position, because of the complexity and the additional information that needs to be on our websites and compliance with ADA requirements, that would basically cease, because we would have to push it back to the school sites or to the departments to take care of this. The website, our webmaster is also an essential part of our emergency response team. So during the fires, this position made sure that as we created content for those messages, that those went out to thousands and thousands of our community members, local press, and beyond.
Is that all? Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other comments on this motion that's currently still on the floor with these amendments? Superintendent.
Sorry, I keep complicating the vote, but I have to be clear in my direction. So you mentioned the what versus the how. So the what was to cut the athletic budget by 50%, which we did. So I'm not sure how you're going to manage the how or why you're going to manage the how.
So I have a question on that too. So if in the motion, the athletics is going to be suspended to the next meeting or a future meeting, I don't know where that leaves the athletics right now, but where does it leave it in the future, and who's doing the work on that, because we are the what people?
I'm sorry, but that's not what I understood in the motion. And this is, and excuse me if it's not perfect English. I promise the minutes are going to look much better. These are just main ideas. So this is what I have. Original motion, sweep the 3 action items with the following changes. To amend the central office board report to add all tiers. To amend the SBAC board report to exclude CTE packages A and B, and delay what athletic packages to choose. We passed the packages as they were submitted to the SBAC, and then choose at a later date the options. So if I'm understanding correctly, we're still passing the athletic packages? Okay.
Yes, and that's not my question. My question is around what are you expecting to come back? Because we already gave you our recommendation and we already ran a process. So the board's going to decide this now, the how? That's my question. And based on what?
So I'm reflecting on what was given to the SBAC committee was an or. And I know that SLT did make some changes, but they removed the or. And I was under the impression that the or was coming to the board. And so we're asking for the or to come to the board. And
I did explain that we presented the or to the principals. We said this is what was presented, and you don't have to do it with the or. And they came to a consensus and came up with a process and a decision. So that's the part of having trouble with understanding why you want to reverse that. So what you're asking is to have the board come back with an action item to reduce sports at 2 schools, basically. I want to be really clear on what we're talking about here.
so, let me see what I exactly said. That the choice between the proportional cuts and sports at only 2 sites come to a future board meeting with a robust discussion and a board vote. I don't believe we've had, well, I'll just say that. That was the motion.
If I may clarify, at the Superintendent's
Yes.
Budget Committee, we did present the or options, and we did state that that or option would not be made by the committee. It would be made by a joint meeting of the high school principals.
Dr. Velazquez and then Ms. Fredericks.
I mean, I'm not going to become an impediment to the sweep. I am perfectly satisfied with the option presented to the board for the sports, but because it doesn't change the numerical calculations, I'm okay with having the conversation again at a later time, even though my current position is to support the recommendation. So I find it as a way to entertain this process, but with minimal changes to the decisions that we need to make today.
Next.
Okay, so my understanding is that there wasn't an agreement on the schools because it's hard to say, well, no high school is going to volunteer their school to be the school that doesn't offer sports. So therefore, the easier kind of thing to accept is the option to cut across. But my understanding is that you're removing the pipeline of all these schools, all the athletics of these schools. And that's the part I really want to understand. I mean, we could go ahead with the proportional cuts, but I just, I want to look at those options. We could still do it, but I want to actually see how is transportation affected? What is the game schedule? What is the financial expenses? How many coaches? I've heard the comments, a little bit of that here, but I really want to have a representative from each high school to lay it out, okay? In a proportional cut situation, what do we get? In a 2-school situation, what do we get? Because there's also the multi-school agreement, which allows the schools without sports to send their kids to join the sports of the other school. It's happening in Glendale Unified. So I want to know the offerings, and I want to be able to compare those things and really understand what we're getting into, because I do not want to set a path of basically gutting our athletic program because we're deleting the frosh soft, and we're left with the current, athletes, but like I heard, which, you know, how do we recruit for the new athletes when they know that there's no pipeline? And it's a vastly reduced program. So again, I don't want to get into it. I want to hear it from the sites themselves, so I know what we're choosing.
Okay, now I'm really confused, because I thought that the 4 principals met and looked at a 50% reduction, and all schools would offer sports, just not the same sports. This is what I have been under the impression of. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me, but this seemed pretty set in stone, and it seemed really good to me. If we start getting into who's going to offer what and how people are going to get somewhere, it seems to me that that is the how and not the what. The what is they've made a decision and they're moving ahead with it. So can somebody clarify this for me? Because I think the confusion has come with the 50% and then based on the number of students in the school as opposed to the number of athletes. And I think things got into a really muddy area there. So I need somebody to clarify that for me, this process in the SBAC and what happened. Can somebody do that for me? Just in a really blunt way, like what happened?
Between what we stated at the committee to where we are now?
Issues on the SBAC, what was delivered, what was supposedly taken away, and then there's this other avenue that came in where all 4 principals talked at a 50% reduction, and now we're talking about a motion putting athletics out into the future. So this is really confusing, and I need this all clarified.
So as it pertains to the committee, we did present packages where there was a 25% cut, there's a 50% cut. The 50% cut, since that's what currently lives in the recommendations, I'll just go from there, are approximately remaining $1 million left in the athletics budget, split across 4 schools. Going back even further, at the committee, athletics was the unique package where we actually presented an or. So there was either we will cut all 4 schools 50%, or we will consider another idea of moving sports to only 2 campuses. There are other ors, but those were the 2 that were presented to the committee as ideas. When we also at the time told the committee that that did not have to be made by them, they were only voting on the dollar amount, we would then convene the high school principals to make the decision collectively on which or. When we convened the high school principals, they decided not to go with either or, and instead came up with a different idea. The idea was proportional reductions based on student enrollment. That is what you see here. It does not change the overall total dollar amount for reductions in athletics as a whole, district-wide, but it does adjust the dollar amounts at each school. If I may, if you could project the athletics slide deck, I can show you with more specificity. And if you can go to slide 7. Oh, sorry, okay. Thank you. Slide 7 is detailing out package B. So if you can see there, if we had gone with the first or of 50% cut directly, Blair would have cut $202,032. But with the proportional cut, they are now going to be cutting $267,270. PHS, just to go to the other end, would have cut $270,214. Instead, they will be cutting $234,830. The change there is that Blair has a smaller student enrollment. PHS has a larger student enrollment. So we are basing that funding formula on total student enrollment. as all students are invited to participate in athletics.
So this is what the principals agreed upon?
It was a collective decision. I would not say it is any one person's
The
deepest,
collective
darkest
of the
desire.
4 principals made this decision?
Because compromise happens when you're together.
Okay. Dr. Velazquez.
All right, I've worked through the numbers to make a series of friendly amendment. My first version was family engagement line 27 at 314,000. It was account payrolls at 248. And so at this point, I think I am, so we have a 690,368 a balance over the proposal. And so if we take athletics B, which is 544,217, can we just drop the conversation? So that would be the friendly amendment, Ms. Kenny.
I'm sorry, so you said,
So we would rescue line 16 or item 13, I don't know how you want to call it. It's athletics B, and that is 544,217. We do have, with the changes that we already made, 693,368. So we could afford to do it.
wait, I'm sorry. You said something about family engagement, you said something about accounting payroll, but now you're talking about sports, and so I started to write down all three.
I narrated all of the
Okay.
different scenarios that I've been calculating
So which is
here.
the only one that you're proposing now?
The only one that I'm proposing is athletics in order to drop the whole conversation.
So you're saying we would only go with athletics A?
Exactly. And we drop the conversation about athletics.
And so everybody would have to go back and rehab the whole conversation again?
Well, it's the same. It's just that instead of eliminating 50% of their athletic expenditures, they would reduce it at 25 and adjust those percentages. But it's the same basic concept.
So everyone would get more money for athletics, but we would use the same.
The same system,
The same
but at
calculations that
25.
they agreed upon.
Yeah.
The principles. So we agreed on an ADA calculation. There would be more money to give all 4 high schools with the ADA calculation. And I do understand what Mrs. Kenny is saying about 2 schools. That's been recommended by Eva Luke when we had the county watching over us before. But we need a change management strategy for that. We can't move to that model this quickly. We need to prepare schools and athletes and have more conversations about that. I think that the friendly amendment is a good suggestion.
So the friendly amendment is a suggestion, also taking into consideration that, again, I'm a proponent. That doesn't mean that this body agrees. I'm a proponent of starting a process of long-term planning. So the 20% would take us through whatever the process is. So,
I understand, and I thank you for that friendly amendment. I want to make clear that my concerns around this were understanding the bigger ramifications between what we were doing. I think Board Member Fredericks alluded to it a little bit when she said, what happens when you starve each individual sport? We will stop drawing people to our district at all for sports if what we have is a watered down. So all I wanted was that further discussion to make sure we understood those ramifications, and that when a sport was discontinued at school A, the people students have to transfer to other schools. What would that effect have on our district? That would exacerbate perhaps movement and changes in enrollment at certain schools to their detriment. So those were some of my concerns I'd hoped would be fleshed out more in a discussion. We might have ended up with the same resolution that the principals agreed on. I would accept your friendly amendment. I don't know if it's worth trying to call the question. I don't know that it's worth having
I
a separate
think we
vote on
should
that.
call the question
but-
because this has been over
But we
enough.
are approaching, running out of time.
Was it ever, in your discussions with the principals, had it been, I understand the ADA calculation, total number of students enrolled, but had there been consideration of total number of student athletes in participating at sites, because it's a little different when you look at it through that lens.
Yeah, well, for Marshall, it's a little different. I think, in terms of a compromise, nobody's happy. I see Dr. Gray in the back. I wouldn't say any of them were cheering at the end of the meeting, but they worked together as a team, and they came up with a compromise that they accepted, and then they brought their ADs back to work on the logistics later. So, I appreciate that they were able to make that compromise and start moving forward for what was best for kids and what they could do at their school. The school that is losing the most is going to be Blair, because Blair has a smaller number of students. We didn't talk about who's enrolled in athletics, because that could change at any time, right? I mean, one year you might have more Marshall athletics, and the next year you have more Mere athletics, depending on the sports interest in the kids that enroll. Most of our calculations in the district are done on ADA basis, or the number of students at a school that qualify for a certain service. So I do think the calculation and compromise that they agreed to is fair. And I think the amendment that is made to give more money into athletics will help a lot. I'm looking at Dr. Gray in the back, because he's the only principal I see here. So I'm.
Ms. Talumian is
Oh,
here.
here, I didn't see you over there. Why don't you both come up here, because you have very different perspectives.
I'm going to call for the question.
Yeah, okay, so I want to make sure that
She's calling for the question.
Ms.
so
Fatima
I have to-
has the actual amendment.
Yeah, so
Can you
she's
Okay.
called for the question.
Can we repeat the
We're
amendment?
going to clarify this whole motion with the lightest friendly amendment.
Okay, so based on the friendly amendment, again, this is what I have. Sweep the 3 action items with the following changes. To amend central office board report to add all tiers. To amend the SBAC board report to exclude CTE packages A and B. And to remove line 16 from SBAC, which is athletics B.
Yes, and if anyone wants to know the dollar amount,
I
we've
do.
now added 146, 150.
So what is the dollar amount now total?
Well, we added to the 24, 378, the 146, 150.
The fastest calculators in Pasadena.
24,525,085.
24.5.
Apologies, 24,525,085. 0.6, but yes.
It's a sweep of all 3 at 24.
I think
That's where I'm
that the reason that the confusion is, Dr. Canal, is the sweep is for all 4 items, all 3 items, and includes the contracts.
And that's all 3.
No, but.
That's all 3, and it doesn't add up to 30, because as we mentioned before, there's the other streams that
correct.
aren't included.
Okay.
That is
So we
correct.
still have to go to the next stream, correct?
No, the other streams were informational only, so we will get to the 30 with the other streams they're not voting on. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's where I was confused. Okay. All right, so she called for the question. We're going to have a vote now. Student board member?
Because this is being changed, I can't vote on it, so
Okay,
I have to
that's fine.
abstain.
Fatima? All in favor? Against? Can we take a break? Are we okay? All right, let's go. All right, we're moving on. Now I can't find my page. I can't find my page. Board discussion. No, we already did it. We already did it. So now we're on board discussion L, Resolution 2851, Ms. Fredericks, review of policy practices to improve long-term fiscal recovery. Fiscal solvency. Sorry. I need recovery. Okay. We want people need a 5-minute break. They need it. Okay, 5 minutes, yeah, tight, 5.
Trustee Holly, President Holly, adding my item to the agenda, resolution on review of policy practices to improve long-term fiscal solvency. This was a response to LACO's visit on October 9th, and I was making sure that it was clear that we heard them, that we understood them, and that we were taking meaningful action. And unfortunately, this is not an action item, but it's basically a transcript of the presentation we received, the information on the slide deck, and the one thing I wanted to emphasize, the second portion is the demographic data that our district had done in 2023, because the theme was that that we have declining enrollment, like many districts, and our planning just needs to align with it. So the second part of this resolution was just putting in the data from our demographic analysis. And one of the things I want to emphasize that's in this resolution is that a majority of our schools actually have either maintained or increased enrollment, but there's just a handful of them that are contributing to the declining enrollment. So I'm just, overall, most of our schools are doing well, and I wanted to highlight that. But at the very end is where the meat of this resolution is, which is to state the board's commitment to prioritizing the conditions for long-term fiscal sustainability, which is basically the three themes that LACO had pointed out: doing business differently, revenue enhancements, long-term planning in alignment with actual enrollment data, and projected declining enrollment as recommended by LACO on October 9th. And then I had asked Dr. Canal, our Human Resource Chief of HR, to review this, and he offered some revisions, which I incorporated, and this is basically to say, let's have a one-time audit, basically a review of our policy and practices. And, but because this is not really an action item, the intent was to put this as part of the fiscal stabilization plan to show that the board was proactive. We weren't, what was it? It was stated as, inaction is an action. So I wanted to show that we were actively, proactively doing things differently. So this was my response to their visit. And prior to them coming to us, I had talked to some administrators, and they were saying, "Oh, LACO's coming, and they're gonna take us over." And I was like, "Oh, it's fine, it's not gonna happen." But once they were here, I got really scared, to be honest. And so this is my response. I wanted something concrete to offer to say that this board took it seriously, and that we were gonna take meaningful action. So, thank you.
Ms. McKenzie.
Trustee Fairdues, please help me understand kind of what is the ultimate goal in terms of your resolution. Typically, if you're introducing a resolution, it's supposed to give direction to the superintendent to take some action. And I'm not sure that I see kind of like the concrete action that I hear you talking about reflected in this document. So I'm unclear about sort of what do you want to happen ultimately?
Okay, so I'm going to read the ending, which is the concrete action. The Board of Education directs the superintendent to take proactive measures towards fiscal solvency and prevention of reactive budget cuts by including in the fiscal stabilization plan submitted to LACO by December 6th a one-time review of focus areas mentioned in this resolution and a summary of findings provided to the board no later than May 2026 general board meeting in a confidential Friday communique, which includes one, which existing district policies/practices already address any focus area, 2, recommendations to follow up on, designing new practices, policies to address any focus area, and 3, recommendation to evaluate other focus areas not mentioned in this resolution in order to align them with projected declining enrollment and further the long-term fiscal sustainability of the district. So it's basically taking October 9th recommendations, looking at it, seeing opportunities to improve our policies and practices. This is just a one-time review to check in with HR and see, you know, were there opportunities to improve our practices so that they align with their recommendations.
But I feel like what is in your head and what's on paper don't quite match. And I'm looking to just sort of understand what direction we're giving the superintendent and her staff to implement in the next 2 weeks, essentially, because our FSP is going to be due to legal first interim very, very soon. So if your December 6th deadline is coming up, what kind of reporting document is going to be produced in 2 weeks?
So this was requested as an action item, but it's a discussion, so there's nothing that's going to be going into the fiscal stabilization plan. This is just a discussion, so there won't be any action because it's too late.
So we're talking in theory about this?
Superintendent wants to
My
speak.
original intent was for this to be an action. It was decided that it was going to just be a discussion, so.
I do think that Dr. Cannell maybe can give us some procedures that are already in place that meet the objective in terms of audits and things that we're required to do, to clarify, you know, what reports we might be able to give you that meet the same objectives.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Blanco. One of the things I mentioned in the discussion is, as everyone knows, we've been talking a lot clearly about the first interim report. So I think the current cycle of the budget adoption, first interim, second interim, the unaudited actuals, all of those contain information that is mentioned. So for example, whether it's position control, what are we doing both on the business side and on the HR side to ensure the fiscal solvency. So a lot of those reports, the backups that are provided to the board, I think help address some of those. They include timelines that are already part of them, that obviously that documentation needs to go to LACO. There's a lot of internal documents that are provided that are internal that I think can address the concerns that are mentioned there. The only concern that I had previously mentioned was just simply in terms of the implementation, meaning I think there's already some process and systems in place that address some of the requests. So just in not ensuring that the redundancy. And I did mention there's always an annual audit, obviously, that also takes place that we're currently doing, that we're in business. So those are the different elements that are currently in place in terms of a structure. And there are timelines for a lot of the information in terms of staffing that has to be provided that is currently already as part of board policy.
I'm not sure if this is coming back as an action. I just do want to make sure that we change the 25-26 enrollment to be 13,200, because right now it says 14,000. Someone said this evening, and now I don't remember if it was a public comment or someone on the dais, that we should be talking about visioning, about a redesign process, about moving forward with the next step, saying as soon as next month. So when we ask about what are the proactive measures we could take towards fiscal solvency and prevention of reactive budget cuts, that's one. I do, and then it talks about in order to align with our projected enrollment. And so I would say that before I was on the board and in my early years on the board, our demographer usually brought us a report and did a presentation to the full board on our status of our enrollment and how many people were choosing something that wasn't their home school and how many people were coming from out of district, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't think we've had a report to the board at a public meeting from a demographer in 5 years.
I know I've had one since Patrice has been on the board, because I remember her challenge.
So 2 years ago. All right. And Mr. Torlucci came?
I think so.
So, I think we should have, I don't know what the status is of our demographer report for this year, based on our 25-26 enrollment that just was as of October, the first Wednesday in October, if that's coming to us in time so that we can project enrollment for next year as we're doing staffing. But certainly I think, I see that most boards get reports on enrollments and staffing, sometimes even on the same graph, to kind of keep an eye on what's happening and where we're going. I would appreciate, I think, we need that for our long-term planning. So I don't know, that's an example, I think, of something. But
Yeah,
I'm not clear if this is.
I think I would ask our LACO friends if they know demographers that have been successful in predicting enrollment after a wildfire, because that's where I think we have a disconnect, right, with the normal prediction might be, and now we have this, anomaly. Can Davis give us that? Have we talked to them about that too?
Well, I think it's not just, I know that it's important to look at the prediction, although I think we all have to take that. They're not going to be 100% accurate, and they don't always take all factors into consideration. I think they even say on their reports that they don't take new construction into consideration, which seems like you want to. I'm just saying we need to look at what the trend is. I will remind us that we've been adding a new grade, TK, for the last 4 or 5 years. So while we decreased 500 students this year, we added 100 TK. So K-12, we actually decreased 600 students. So next year, we'll not have that. And so, I don't know, I think it's important to reflect on where we've been, where we're going.
Okay, so hold on. Ms. Bailey is next.
I'd like to get back to the topic at hand, the resolution. I would like to ask my colleagues, I would like to ask that when it comes to resolutions, something as important as a resolution, that we're careful not to create resolutions that mimic the work that is either underway or already being done. And when you go to staff, if staff points out that there's a redundancy or that there's already something in place to address the context of the resolution, of the proposed resolution, that you believe them. That if you don't, you ask for the evidence, like maybe a job description or the board policy or protocols or ed code. I just think that this resolution is redundant. I don't feel that it's necessary. Kim, I don't know if you're trying to say that we need to put your request in a resolution, because I don't think that's necessary either. Certain things just require an ask, a consensus of the board. I think we're putting way too much on resolutions right now that are redundant and not necessary, or that mimic the work that's already being done. We've had our goal planning session for the coming year with the superintendent, and everything else that we bring to the table that is not a sense of urgency on the side of those goals that we've already established is extra. And now that's going to require some planning for that to be worked into the process. So if you've never managed an individual or a department or a group of people, however you want to look at it before, you might not understand what I'm talking about. You just might not get it. But we have got to do our due diligence when you want to bring something as important as a resolution, which turns into policy. Make sure that it's not about something that's already being done. Now, I'm not the superintendent, and when I read the resolution, I was a little irritated because everything in the resolution appeared to me to be something that was either coming down the pipeline or that the superintendent's already doing. So I would like just for us to just be careful. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's just a waste of time, energy, effort, and we're better than that. We're better than that. So thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments on this item for this board discussion? Yes, Ms. McKenzie.
Yes, I'm just curious, what are our next steps with this? Is this just a conversation point, or is there any?
This is a board discussion, so I'm just asking if anybody has anything, but this is basically it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on to board committee reports. Oh, excuse me? What?
So are we retaking this conversation in December or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Superintendent.
But I think LACO is here and they know the point that Mrs. Frederick was trying to make, right? That you understand this board is serious about what they needed to do. Okay.
All right, that's great. Okay, we're going to move to M, board committee reports. Does anybody have a board committee report? I don't. Maybe next month? Q, LACO, exits, stage left. All right, so we're going to move on to consent agenda. I hear we have 2 pulls.
Could I pull Nancy 3D and Nancy 3K?
Motion to sweep the rest.
Second. Oh, sorry.
And then I have a couple
Motion-
questions.
Motion
I have a
and
couple
second, and we have a question on your,
question or comments on the sweep.
okay, so can we take consensus for the sweep?
Can I ask my questions first?
Yes, you may.
Okay. On the consultants' reports, this is an observation. So we're paying for reading partners, one of these contracts, through Title I centralized services. And I think this is an important issue to point out because about half of our Title I services, dollars do not get distributed out to sites. And so sites aren't able to do very much with their school plans individually at their sites. I think this will be more important in the future. We are required to give them a sheet of paper that says this is the funds that are not coming to you at your school site, but we are providing centrally direct services to students. This would seem to be one of the ones that we're saying we're using that money for. This was not on the list that was provided to the site councils to go in their school plans that we approved last spring. This is the first one that I'll point that out on tonight's agenda. There's more than one, but there's about $1 million of contracts that was held centrally, not distributed to sites.
Okay, I'm only going to respond to that one. I see Dr. Chan Hill came back, but I did speak to her and Dr. Turley, and we discussed that reading partners was also one of the areas the labor partners asked us to keep in our consultation with them on contracts. And then we're going to bring an amendment to you with the list for all the school plans, an amendment to be more specific. Dr. Turley felt generally one of the statements that she made covered in the centralized services covered it, but because you had brought up that maybe it needed to be more specific, we're going to list each of the services more specifically.
That would be wonderful, because right now it says district CIPD leadership and staff who are providing direct hands-on instructional services to the teachers and students at school sites will be paid out of that money. It doesn't talk about any contracted services whatsoever. All right, wonderful. I'll move on to The Kaiser grant, I just wanted to clarify. So it said that there are 11 new positions that we'll be funding with this grant. And I asked the question, will these new positions be brought forward for board approval per board policy before we fly them? And the answer I got was, these aren't new positions.
They are not new positions.
They're not
They-
new job descriptions?
Not new job descriptions.
But they're new positions.
So they are positions that are actually replacing things that have been cut over the last 4 years. So the Kaiser Permanente grant, I've had the EIR grant, I've had 4 other grants. This is actually going to build back up.
They're
what
new
we have.
positions for 25, 26. We didn't approve them in the budget.
Correct, because they're grant funded.
Right, so they'll come to us on the new position form, or it could have come with this as an attachment, but we'll follow that policy, right?
It should have been tonight.
But I'm saying it'll say, here's the positions we're adding, here's how much they cost, they're funded with this grant.
I
they're-
have all that. Mhm.
Okay, so that'll come to us next time? Because it wasn't here
Oh,
tonight,
sure,
that's
you
what I'm
want-
asking.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I thought you had it. That's why maybe I misunderstood your question.
Yeah,
Apologies.
it didn't, at least on the attachment, it just
Okay.
said, it didn't
We
have
do
this.
have all that.
That would be great.
Absolutely.
And again, it doesn't always have to be a separate board report. I think it would be great if it's incorporated in the future and things. Okay.
Fantastic.
On the paper contract, again, I wanted to clarify. I said, are we paying $180 per hour for a tutor for 3 students? Because we're paying $30 per session, which is a half hour per student, and there's 3 students in the session. So I just wanted to clarify that I did my math correctly. So that's $180 for that tutor to tutor. It's $180 per hour. They're getting $90 an hour for those, for a half hour for those 3 students.
I would have to check the rate, because are you saying that because the model or the example given is the 3 students?
Yes, that's what it said.
So Paper Grow is specifically intended for intervention services, so we targeted students who need additional, closer to 1-to-1. They are intentionally small. So yes, it is still less than we pay for 1-to-1 tutoring.
Okay, so 180 for 3 students for an hour. So so you're saying that's 60 for an hour, so that's what we pay our teachers, so it's the same.
We pay our teachers slightly more.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to make sure I understood those things. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that that was answered in the question and answers that I read. Okay. Ms. McKenzie.
Fine to support this, but I just want to abstain from N1A.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, is that it? We're ready to vote on the. So we're pulling that one as well? We're pulling that one as well. Okay, so now we're going to have a vote on. Oh, she's abstaining. She's abstaining. Fatima. Fatima, what do we do in a situation like this? She's going to abstain. From one item, no, one item.
So you have to pull that item out, because we're doing a sweep.
So we're doing a sweep, she's asked her questions, this is a sweep, and we're going to pull and do it separate. Okay. I do too, but we'll do it.
So she could just say it in the minutes, but that's what I'm saying.
All right,
But here we pull it.
okay.
And we vote on it separately.
Let's vote on the sweep. Student board member? All right, hold on. Excuse me? The motion was a sweep with the 3 polls. Who was the first and the second on that? Yarma was second.
No, she was the motion maker.
Okay.
There you go.
Student board member?
Abstain. I can't vote on this.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous? Okay. So now we're going to do N-I, what, I? It's 1A, okay. The one that yeah, that's the one we were talking. She's going to abstain, we're going to vote, so student board member.
Move approval.
Motion. Second. Student board member.
Abstain.
Oh, okay. All in favor? And all abstain. Thank you. Okay, so I think this is, do we have, all right. Public
N3D?
comment, N3D?
Oh, the other two polls?
The other two polls.
N3D, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to ask this question ahead of time because I just was looking at the purchase orders this morning. The Dale Scott one for the 150K, I wasn't clear what services. It says bond services. Does that not come out of the bond? Because this is not election services anymore. I'm assuming it's related to the bond?
Mr. Dunning, can you respond, please?
No, I think this is for current year services. It's 150K to Dale Scott for
I
current
think
year
it's just a blanket for the year, but it's, it would be covering our issuances.
And that doesn't come out of the bond itself? It comes out of general fund?
We'll check. I believe we can pay for that with the bond.
Okay.
Dr. Canal knows the answer to that?
Yes, you can, but, so we'll check.
All right, so right now I think it was booked to general fund. Lovely. That's 1290 purchase order if you want to, if you're interested.
Write that down.
All right. So on purchase order 1559, which is for Panorama, this is in our board report, I'm sorry, in our LCAP as a non-contributing item, but it is using S&C funds. People may have remembered that in the past that I have said our LCAP cannot be an accurate reflection to the public of what we're spending supplemental and concentration funds on if it actually doesn't say what we're spending them on. So that's a reflection there. I can let them know. And then I noticed that we had a purchase order for Muir and Marshall for Title I, using Title I, again, centralized services for AP tests, so that can go on that list with the contracts. That's going to be updating that form. And then my last question was on learning recovery block grants that are being used for special ed non-public agency. When I went back and looked at and this was $500,000 for this year and 1.5 million last year. When I went back and looked at the original learning block recovery grant plan, it said funds from that source would only be used for SPED for the 23-24 school year. I don't know if there was a later amendment. I'm asking because these are the funds that we've been using to maintain our PLCs, but it's run out and we're going to get rid of all of our PLCs, which means no extra art and PE teachers at our elementaries next year, but we've now used this $2 million of that grant for special ed. So I don't know if that was a decision that was communicated to the board. My other concern would be we're paying for current SPED expenses out of one-time money. So next year when this grant's gone, we will need additional unrestricted money to pay for SPED. So those are my reflections on that one. But I don't know if there's an answer.
You just want Dr. Canal and Dr. Chen to take note of your reflections?
Well, I'm not clear on this one if we did change the grant or we just decided to keep using it for SPED even though that wasn't the plan. But also I am expressing a concern, there's no response to say we will have $500,000 of expenses that we're not expecting next year because we're using one-time money for an ongoing expense.
Are you referring to the current learning recovery block grant?
Well, I looked at last year. I mean, it's the same grant. We just got an extra allocation this year. But there's $500,000 this year being used for an NPA, and there was $1.5 million used last year.
Thank you for the information. We'll follow up on it.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Those are my questions and comments.
Okay. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Student board member?
Abstain.
All in favor? All in favor?
Waiting for the any against so I can raise my hand.
Yes, so all in favor, 6.
Yes, okay, one against.
All right, the last item, NK3, is the College Access Plan contract. Sometimes we have these and they come to us with split funding, with 2 or 3 funding sources. I'm just asking that we can actually have the dollar amount shown as split into those. I know that sometimes it actually comes that way, but this one doesn't. So I wouldn't mind amending it to have, ready, Fatima? 170142 coming out of Title I. And then 36,459 coming out of each of the 2 CSI numbers that are there on that. And with that, but I will also mention that this is one of the contracts that's coming out of centralized services that was not on the form. But I will move approval.
Second?
Abstain.
All in favor? No public comment? Board requests? Any board requests? Are there any board requests? Okay, future agenda items. Future agenda items, do we have any? We're on Q, future agenda items. Okay, adjournment, we're going. Thank you. Bye.
And that's a wrap for you.